everyone, and welcome to the free Fire Continental Series pre-show. We did start off on a little bit of a sad note, but I have to say that trailer was epic.
Yeah, and I gotta say, it's really dramatic as well. That's what it's gonna be like for FFCS Asia here, with the top teams across Asia contending for that big chunk of that prize pool and the glory of their nation itself. My name is Contra, alongside with Dan and Lee. We'll be your casters for the entirety of the day, and we got a whole lot to cover for the entirety of this FFCS run. And, well, after a long year of booyahs, now we are finally here, and I'm glad that you guys are able to join us for today. And, well, we got a whole lot of things that we gotta talk about when it comes down to the top teams that are contending for that huge chunk of $300,000 on the line.
Absolutely. So for anyone that's just tuning into the broadcast, today is a grand final day. Of course, we're not jumping into the action just yet, but before then, of course, we are going to take a look at some of the teams that are going to be playing today and comparing some of their stats so you guys and also we can get a little bit of a feel as to what we could be expecting from some of these teams, because of course different regions also run on their own metas. First off, let's take a look at Geek Fam and Evos Esports.
That's right, and it's going to be the champions of Malaysia here with a really high point ratio per game, as Evos Esports ID, they managed to clinch the championship title in the very brink of the final moment and stole it away from the side of RRQ Hades, and this is definitely one of the teams to be looking out for. But the ratios of wins coming from the side of Geek Fam has been astounding, as we can look through some of the highlights and those key members out there, with Hazik really dishing out quite a significant run during the Malaysian series itself.
Yeah, for anyone that's a little bit confused with these highlights, they were formerly known as No Escape, but they did recently get picked up by one of the most famous organizers in Southeast Asia, Geek Fam. So of course they are going to be running under that banner. In terms of their performance over the course of their regular season, the Malaysia, Philippines and Myanmar regions were very aggressive. So looking at their high kill ratio, it was actually to be expected for that region. They constantly placed high. Their consistency across all the games was amazing. They were always grabbing those kills. Whereas if we take a look at Evos, the Indonesian meta was a little bit different. But there was also, you could also even say, for people that did tune into the Indonesian regional games, Evos were probably the most consistent team in all of their matches.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that as well, and with staple names like Mr. World 5 that has been there since the get-go, they will definitely have a really solid in-game later to work with. Now we're looking at EV Thailand as well as Heavy, so these two neighboring countries itself have some really good numbers for each of them, both of course getting some average of 2 booyahs in the tournament. But look at the ratio of points that EVTH and garner. They have been the most powerful team that has been able to be produced, alongside with King of Gamers Club that is hailing from the same country as well. This is one of the teams to look out for.
I'm actually really looking forward to seeing how EV Thailand plays compared to King of Gamers, right? We saw King of Gamers, they played during the play-ins because unfortunately they didn't quite make it as champions for the grand final series, but they played so well during the play-ins. I kind of have high expectations for EV Thailand now, because you got to think, if they could actually grab that crown off of King of Gamers, they must have something up their sleeve that make them so powerful.
Yeah, I gotta say so, and they have been able to play it so strategically, and they really coordinate their attacks really well. But Heavy here, they are also another extremely aggressive team to be having our eyes being set upon. And of course, someone may say that they are the dark horse of the tournament, but I wouldn't really say you're the dark horse when you are emerging as the champions of Vietnam itself. And look at them really going really well on these close quarter combats, and this is something that we gotta look out for, as they usually drop into the center. And also we have House of Bloods of Pakistan as well as Total Gaming. So these two, of course, gonna be having a whole lot of all these fans cheering for them, hailing from both respective countries out there. And just look at the numbers once again. House of Blood really is that team that has been packing a punch throughout the entirety of the season.
Absolutely. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing how House of Blood play today, because we did mention this during the play-ins last week, but Pakistan is a new region to come into the esports scene for Free Fire. So for them, they're newcomers coming into the scene. They're being exposed to the international spotlight. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they compete on an international level. Whereas for Total Gaming, India's Free Fire scene, can I just say, enormous. Yes,
Yeah.
they have so many viewers, so many fans, and it's amazing just being in the chat with them because they're constantly cheering for their favorite teams.
That's right, and Total Gaming probably will see a whole lot of hashtags coming along the way, and look at how they just managed to pull off those sort of long distance maneuvers out there. And over on the side of their members out here, we can see that they usually have very, very good sort of the plays coming in from the mid game towards the late game if they can actually get a really solid run during the early phase.
Yeah, so I think for not just us casters, but I think everyone at home, they're going to be really excited to seeing how the champions from each region come together and what kind of a meta we're going to be expecting, because that was something that we were wondering when it came to the play-ins, and the play-ins were, I have to say, it was an evolution. We literally watched evolution happen in motion, because we started off the play-ins very slow. Teams are very turtly, constantly hiding, only going for safe kills, and then eventually it just turned into a bloodbath. So could we see the same thing today, or it's hard to say, right? We're just seeing so many different regions come together.
That's right, and I definitely would say that the stakes are so much higher in this tournament itself, and now that you're pitting the best of the best from Asia against each other, some of them might be meeting for the first time, some of them are veterans to the scene itself, and with that, I really want to see how this sort of the course of the entirety of the tournament will be impacting the players out there, because yesterday I was watching some of the scrims as well, of course, not being broadcasted. It has been pretty much a mixed bag of booyahs coming to different countries. They played quite a number of games, and every single game was really something that you don't really see from day to day.
Exactly. And then there's also going to be the factors. Whatever you see in scrims,
Might not be the full...
It might not be the full picture, right? Because of course there might be some teams holding back, keeping strats, maybe trying to get information on other teams. And then today they're going to realize it's time to pull out the ace, right?
That's right.
This is the day where you, as your team, needs to peak. If you do not peak today, there is no way you're going to be able to take the crown. So
That's right.
it'll be pretty interesting to see who sort of makes it to the top and who flounders at the bottom. For all we know, the favorites of the tournament might not even make it as top 3. We don't know.
There's that really high possibility. That's the beauty of Free Fire itself, where on a really good day, you can shine the brightest, and on a bad day, it's just really slow moving. And now, they have to make it a great day, because there's only one day of play. Today we'll be having 6 matches to be played out in total. If not mistaken, we will have all 3 maps here, including Kalahari, to be brought intact. So for those guys who are currently tuning in, we got good news for all of you. So with every single benchmark that we hit on the viewerships, you guys will be walking away with some great gifts. All you have to do is log in the next day, and of course, you guys will be able to receive that sort of mystery gift. And if you guys are wondering what exactly would that be, just invite your friends over to the FFCS Asia broadcast here. We're broadcasting from multiple regions as well, so I'm just really excited to know that everyone in the world is currently watching this entirety of this grand scheme tournament that they've been hoping to see for so long, and now, of course, there can only be that one team to be walking away with that grand prize.
I mean, you think we're anxious. I think the players are anxious, right? Knowing that the whole world is watching today. The one day where everything matters. And if you fumble, it's going to be something that goes down in history. Whether you like it or not, we've seen all kinds of shenanigans happen. Last week, we saw self-grenades. I mean, personally, I can heavily relate with self-grenades, but...
Yeah, I guess, like, the enemies can't take you out if you take yourself out. Well, I guess sometimes when it comes down to certain scenarios where you can even go for point denials, which is part of the strategies as well. So, tactics or blunder, that leaves it up to you guys on how you guys really want to see things.
Yeah.
So, of course, we'll be moving with the schedule really soon, and later on we'll also be having a great opening show. So hopefully you guys will be able to stay put throughout the entirety of the day, because we're having back-to-back games, all action-packed, non-stop, all the way till we crown our victors here in the FFCS Asia. And well, out of all these names, any sort of the hot favorites from your side, that since you've been casting quite a number? I know it's a tough pick. There's quite a number of teams here.
It's
but,
not.
Yeah.
It's not a tough pick. Most people think, oh, okay, you gotta pick the best team. No, I picked my favorite team. I think I'm still gonna stick behind Best of Sky. For anyone that has tuned into last week's broadcast, you know that I have been cheering for Best of Sky. I hope they're not watching the broadcast, because I'm going to be honest, I don't think they're going to win, but I think they're going to give us some great matches.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they'll be giving us their best for today. Same goes to the rest of the teams that are
fingers crossed, of course.
Yeah, and for myself, there's so much talent in this pool. I can't really name a specific one that I want to see taking the entirety of the championship by the end of it all. EVTH is looking relatively strong. Same goes to the Indonesian side as well. And not forgetting, India really has been there from the start. And after so many of these sort of the grueling tournaments that they've gone through, TG right now is looking at their best form so far. Yeah. Of course, there's still a couple of things that they have to fix in between to be able to actually make that perfect finish. So it's still the hurdle that all these teams have to go through, and all they have to be really careful about is to not drop out all too early. Like, even if you do drop out early, you gotta reset the mental and just get yourself in towards the next game. But of course, we'll be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll come in with the opening show, bringing it to you shortly.
Victory is yours. It belongs to those who fight, to those who act with courage, to those who aim for the top, without forgetting their dreams and where they come from. Victory, it's reserved for those who persist, for those who inspire respect in their team, fear in their foes, and passion in the crowd. 3 continents, 3 champions, 1 goal, victory.
And welcome back once again. This is the FFCS Asia. Of course, we're really excited to be opening up the show right here. And
no idea.
We are just as excited as you are. My name's Contra, alongside with Danley here. We are your hosts for today, or the casters. Well, technically, we do have another host coming on our way. So, news is this. We just got ourselves a backstage access to the opening show itself, and I really can't wait to see what sort of a performance that we're going to be having before we kickstart our very first match itself. So, we'll be also talking through about, all the sort of possibilities of things that can happen by the very end.
Exactly. I mean, I don't want to spoil the show because it is going to be a spectacle. So don't go anywhere. If you haven't gone to the toilet, if you haven't gotten your snacks or your drinks yet, don't go yet. you're after. Okay, I'll let you know when you can go get your snacks, but do stick around because we're going to be showing off some really fancy stuff for you guys at home. But yeah, before that, of course, we're going to be waiting for the thing. So we're going to be talking about some of the matches that's going to happen today. I think today we're going to see something similar to what we saw in the play-ins, which is essentially a one-day evolution of Free Fire, where we start off the day with a very safe meta, teams trying to get a feel of each other, because of course scrims are different to actual competition days, because you've got the pressure of the viewers, you've also got the pressure of the prize pool, knowing that you can't mess up. In scrims it's like, well, if I drop out first, it doesn't matter, right? You've got nothing to lose.
That's right. And now this is the moment that matters for every one of the teams that are on board. And before we kickstart the entirety of the match, now we would like to definitely invite our very special host that will be hosting the entirety of the run. And we will be welcoming MC Kelly to be introducing us what will be happening behind the scenes before we kickstart our opening show. And here we go. Let's give it up for MC Kelly.
Hola a todos. Hello everybody, I am Antonio. I'm taking over now because Kelly is still in the dressing room. Let me give you a quick introduction on what's happening so far. We've already crowned our first 2 Continental Champions at the Americas and EMEA Series. To wrap up the entire Continental Series, let's find out who will be the next team to emerge as our last champion. Here at the Grand Finals for the Asia Series. But before we continue, it's time to find Kelly.
Come on in.
I am coming in.
Hey, Antonio. Oh, is the camera rolling? Thanks for helping out. Hi, everyone. Good to see you again. I am still trying to wrap up my makeup. Man, I never understood why there is so much makeup to put on for ladies.
All right, I shall leave you to it. Hey, let's see what Moko's doing now. What's up, Moko?
Hey there. I was watching some highlights from the Americas and EMEA series. The teams were amazing, don't you think, Miguel? Miguel?
Hey, Moko! Check out my moves! I can't wait to bust him out on the stage again!
Yeah. I've seen that move 1,000 times. I've also seen it during yesterday's Americas series.
Save your energy, guys. Let's take one selfie before our final performance. Who knows when we'll get to dance together again?
Let's do it.
We'll share our photos with you on our social media. Remember to leave your comments saying that you want to see us again.
Ooh, it's about time. Hey, guys, let's go get changed.
Please help us guide our cameraman to the stage, buddy.
Wait, we're getting a backstage pass straight to the stage?
Are you serious?
Oh my goodness. This is actually exciting. Alright, where should we go now? Is there a guy?
Wait, it's Mr. Waggers!
Mr.
Oh,
Wagner!
hi!
Hey!
Wait,
Alright.
where are we going?
Lead us away. He's just excited as we are. And, okay, I guess we'll just follow him right now. And here we go.
My yard, I won't be giving up at the start. Seen the struggles like, oh my god, still I'm standing here.
Took my chances, play my cards. Now me and my team go far. Won't give up, I'd rather starve. Baby, hold on, hold on.
Fighting through the pressure now, I made it, won't stop. Hating is whatever, cause I made it to the top. When you got the pressure, now we see what you got. And hating is whatever, now we got this on live.
Yeah. Ain't no sexo with a lid. Get it hit, you can come with it. En tu mente como una locura. Te pega la bala like booyah. I live in your status so critical. Dada la chamba like glitter. Me meto en tu mente, lo quise. Quemando todo lo que existe.
Tô no jogo, então avisa lá. Pronto, preparado, eu vim pra ganhar. Deita os caras, eu vou amassar. Mostra pra eles como é que se faz. No Free Fire nós tá demais. Ó o nível que nós tá, vão querer reportar. A bola vai cantar.
Feel the pressure, check is coming, coming.
You better watch out.
I'm on fire, baby, burn it, burn it. MVP like no one knows it, knows it. I'm too good for you, I'm too good for you. Me, baby, I'm a G, my nice got I can take a show, they wall. Man, days of the mess, but they, I'ma get ya break, cause it's two-way out. Shorty, you can't win, cause I'm too good and I'm on my grind. Oh, 샤베리 나를 걸어주고 또 신나, 틱탁 티라.
My friendship straight, you are regular. My money looks straight, you are regular.
I grind on way to my 2K when I yoko me, I get my bag.
In your head, no better, bro. I crucial my competitors.
Passei a cal, vou lutear. Meu squad tá pronto pra rushar. Os inimigos não aguentam, só rajada violenta. Então experimenta, mas segura a sequência. Tô de nível 40.
You better watch out.
I'm on fire, baby, burn it, burn it. MVP like no one knows it, knows it. I'm too good for you, I'm too good for you. Feel the pressure, trap is coming, coming. I'm on fire, baby, burn it, burn it. MVP like no one knows it, knows it. I'm too good for you, I'm too good for you.
Yes! Yes, we need more! Yes!
Wow.
Yes! Oh, that's so good!
What a trailblazing performance coming in from the Trap Squad. I absolutely love it.
It was so good! Oh my gosh, I want to cry. It's a good cry, but I want to cry. Wow, that was so awesome! You know what though? I really want those to come as skins.
Yeah.
They have to come as skins. If they don't come as skins, I will cry.
They look great. Like before they even dress up, like wow, Miguel just changed 180. Like the hair, the whole swagger that he put on. Man, I didn't really expect it to be so explosive, but I'm absolutely enjoying all that we have, and that's your opening show to kickstart our very first run here. And before that, we got some special announcements to make. You guys can log into Free Fire on 30th November to redeem the 10,000 live viewerships reward from 12 a.m. towards the entirety of the day. Make sure you guys log in tomorrow to be able to claim that. And there's going to be a whole lot more to come. Make sure you get your friends to be watching the Free Fire Continental Series Asia.
Absolutely. Let's make that milestone happen, guys. We want all of the goodies. You know, I really want the emote though. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I just can't wait to go get back there, and like, you know, tomorrow we'll just see like quick stuff when you just get in towards the events, and like, yeah, just get all the good stuff out there.
Yeah. So let's spread the love, guys. Let's make sure Free Fire hits those milestones, and let's try and do it together. Let's try and get all 3 milestones before we start the first game today. I think we can do it.
Yeah, I'm
We
pretty
totally
sure
can
that's
do it.
very possible, and that's not even the game's just about to happen. Like on that opening show, we were so ready to see the Busta move, and well, I love the trap. Gotta get back out there to just search that Trap Squad soundtrack out there. So it's time for us to actually introduce some of the squads that will be playing for the entirety of the day, and let's kick off and bring us all the stats that will be happening.
Alright, so we're going to be taking a look at EV Thailand right now. This is the full roster. Make sure you remember these faces, folks, because if you've never seen them before, you might be looking at your new favorite player. Here we go, King of Gamers Club. These guys came in from the play-ins. Fantastic team. Looking forward to seeing those guys play. EXP Esports, another team that is coming from the play-ins, and no, we are not kidding, Purgatory, he is a young prodigy, so of course a lot of us are looking forward to him. We have Evos Esports coming in as well, looking fancy for the grand finals.
Yeah, and of course not forgetting RRQ Hades here with Chazu, Legalov, Lenman, Uknor, as well as Pac-Man that has been able to have such a run in the Indonesia series. And who could forget Heavy's fantastic performance from the Vietnamese side, and you guys really gotta watch out for them as well as VE Gaming here because they are about to cause quite a scene in towards our matches for today.
Alright, next up we have Best the Sky, my favorite team that I'm cheering for. If you don't have a team to cheer for and you don't know who to cheer for Best the Sky because these guys are going to give us some fantastic matches. Let's not forget Total Gaming Esports as well. I'm actually looking forward to seeing how these guys play. They actually might be able to make India proud.
That's right, and not only that, we also have Geek Fam from Malaysia that will be the hot favorites from the respective country, and we also have House of Blood hailing from Pakistan with Danny Gunshot and Tristan will be bringing up the show, and we also have Team Knights coming in the way as well. I believe this is from Chinese Taipei that will be joining us for today, and this is going to be your point system that will be carried out for the entirety of the tournament. Every single kill that you get will be rewarding 2 points for the respective team, and the Booyah will be giving them 20 points in total.
Yep, so points are going to be very important for some of these squads. We have seen some teams prioritize placement over kill points, but of course there are some teams that have had fantastic kill scores so that even if they finish in the middle of the pack, they've been able to keep up with the leaders just because of those kill points. All it takes is 10 kills to secure the same points as a Booyah.
That's right, and if you walk away with both 10 kills and a Booyah, you will really get a huge amount of lead, and with that, that will be the game schedule for today. We'll be rotating between Bermuda, Purgatory, as well as Kalahari for 2 maps to be played out throughout the entirety of the day. And all the teams really have to adapt to all these sort of different scenarios as well as the terrains. So hopefully they have already mastered the ins and outs of Kalahari. I'm pretty sure that they've been playing a whole lot in Bermuda as well as Purgatory for a couple of years already. But Kalahari, you'll introduce this year itself. It's going to be pretty exciting to watch.
Kalahari has to be one of the most dynamic maps out of the two, just because there are so many factors you have to take into consideration when it comes to playing on Kalahari. Of course, here is the total prize pool breakdown. Coming in first place will net you $80,000. That's right, this is in USD as well, so this is a lot of money for these teams. Second place, you'll still secure $50,000. Third place, $30,000, and then so on and so forth. But of course, everyone is going to want to have a chunk of that first place prize pool.
That's right, and none of this team will walk away as losers. As they will still walk away with a minimum of $10,000 already being secured. So with that, of course, their efforts throughout the year will actually be rewarded at the very end. And for those of you guys who are aspiring to become pro players in the Free Fire scene, better work your way up and towards the scene for the upcoming seasons as well. And hopefully we'll do see all of your names out there shining bright like the ones that we do see here in the FFCS Asia side. And this will be the standings coming from play-ins.
Yep, so for people that didn't tune into play-ins last week, we had them happen, and this consisted of teams that placed second or third in their region, and only the top 5 are going to make it to the grand final today. So of course, King of Gamers Club absolutely dominating the play-ins, and I know a lot of people are looking forward to them playing in the grand finals today. Also, EXP Esports, Burst the Sky, RRQ Hades, and V Gaming will be the following 4 teams to also join us for the grand finals. Onyx Olympus, they were so close, but unfortunately they landed in 6th place because their placement points, it didn't quite meet the same expectations as V Gaming. So V Gaming were able to make it through, and Onyx have just missed out, which for Onyx, it's really got to hurt last week.
Yeah, quite a bummer, and especially when you actually walk away with 24 kills in total. Like, that itself could be very, very demoralizing, but then again, there's still going to be another survey run for them in the future. They already tried their very best. So for us to be moving forward with the show, we'll be talking to some of the players before we get ourselves in towards the game. So I really do wonder what's their current state right now, because we are excited. We do have a little bit of butterflies on the stomach, even though we were just the casters. But hey, the players, they got something to say.
Absolutely. Let's take a look and see what these guys are feeling before we jump into our grand final day.
Keunikan tim gua sih paling selalu kompak gitu, berusaha kompak, menang ataupun kalah gitu.
Harapan gua di play-ins ya pastinya lolos, kalau bisa nomor 1.
स्ट्रेटेजी एंड प्ले स्टाइल डिफरेंट कंट्रीज़ की बात करें तो हमारी कंट्री में क्या है कि स्टार्टिंग में कोई स्क्वाड दिखती है तो हम उनसे फाइट लेना स्टार्ट कर देते हैं, और बाहर की कंट्रीज़ में क्या है कि वो इतना ट्राई करते हैं कि लास्ट जोन तक हम बने रहे. तो यही डिफरेंस है हमारे सर्वर और दूसरे सर्वर में.
Mendiamkan kami lebih yakin dengan diri sendiri dan percaya dengan skill masing-masing.
हमारा जो स्टार प्लेयर है वो कई है, तो उसका जो गेम प्लान होता है वो ये होता है, वो हमसे रनिंग गेम एक्सपेक्ट करता है, रश गेम एक्सपेक्ट करता है, किल ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा करने होते हैं गेम में. तो बाकी की प्लेयर्स की स्ट्रेटजी उसके अराउंड इस तरह रिवॉल्व करती है कि हम तीनों का भी माइंडसेट रश है, हमने किल्स पे फोकस करना होता है, तो एंड गेम तक इनफ स्किल्स हम कर लेते हैं कि उसका जो फुलफिल हो जाता है गेम प्लान जो उसने एक्सपेक्ट किया होता है हमसे, उसमें स्ट्रगल नहीं होती थी.
น่าจะเป็นผู้เล่นครับเพราะสกิลเพลย์แต่ละคนก็โหดไม่แพ้กันเลยครับแล้วก็แผนการเดินเกมของพวกเราก็ดีด้วยครับทีมกลางวงครับถ้าเจอคนข้างหน้าก็ใส่อย่างเดียว
จากที่เราเข้ารอบชิงมาก็คงตั้งเป้าไว้ที่สูงสุดครับ1 ใน 3ครับผมถึงตรงนี้ก็ได้ทุกทีมครับผมเอาหมดฝากส่งกำลังใจเชียร์เราด้วยนะครับเราจะทำให้ดีที่สุดเดี๋ยวรู้จัก Thailand No 1แน่นอน
我们其实很敢打，我觉得我们的队伍啊是在就是蛮稳定的，都可以进到最后几圈，不太会有那种落地成盒的情况出现，我觉得这是比较重要的。
đây là lần đầu tiên chúng tôi thi đấu thế giới và lợi thế của chúng tôi là được thi đấu trên chính sân nhà của mình và cái sự tự tin và nhiệt huyết của chúng tôi rất là cao.
Nếu phải quan tâm đến một quốc gia nào khác, chỉ có thể là Việt Nam thôi, vì 3 team ở Việt Nam quá mạnh.
Theo tôi thì các quốc gia mà tham gia FS lần này, quốc gia mà tôi cảm thấy là nhanh nhất là Việt Nam, cụ thể là Vgaming. Hết.
Well, I can see a lot of the teams are just saying they want to get number 1. I don't blame them. It's $80,000.
Yeah, you can see the confidence oozing out with all these teams on board, especially from Vietnam's V Gaming. They're definitely one to look out for as well. They played some fantastic play-ins just the other weeks that we saw, and then there's another announcement out there as we have already hit the benchmark of 25K of live viewers out there. So make sure tomorrow or by tonight when the clock strikes 12, you guys can log in for your rewards. We're not going to tell you what exactly is it just about yet, but well, you guys will find out what's in store for you.
And you only have 1 day to claim your rewards. So if you don't log in tomorrow, if you don't log in tonight after midnight, you will miss out on those rewards. So make sure to log in and claim your rewards, because if you miss out, that is basically going to be it. But of course, excitedly, we are happy to announce that the match is just about to begin. So let's jump into our first game of the day.
Here we are kickstarting inside of Bermuda already. We're seeing all our teams taking flight in towards their respective region. There's going to be a whole flock of crowd coming in towards the south central side itself. Well, there's going to be Cape Town up for grabs with a whole lot of loots out there. But you can see that peak is left absolutely empty. And here we have your favorite team, BTS, already on a duke out with RRQ Hades.
This is actually very scary, because for everyone that tuned in to the play-ins last weekend, RRQ is a really aggressive team. The way that they played their first 3 matches, they were pretty much hunting down teams, and every time they were hunting down teams, they knocked out the entire squad, or I think the most survivors you would have is 1. Luckily for Burst the Sky, I don't believe they're going to be running into any crossfire with RRQ. They actually just decided to leave the vicinity, so they're going to have to try and loot elsewhere, but this will delay Burst the Sky's opening.
Yeah, I gotta say that they're not really looking to contest in the initial stage, but as for the side of the Knights, they are really in close proximity against the likes of V Gaming, where Crazy is all alone, but it seems to be that he's managed to be able to send the rest of the Knights out of the way. So that's good going for the Vietnamese squad so far. Now, already having some weaponry in hand, they might be able to actually going for some long-range tabs. But Dark Clubs and the rest of them, they will not seem to pursue the sort of issue much further.
Yeah, we still have RRQ Hades to continue looting in that vicinity. Geek Fam is nearby, and I do believe Apis, he's actually looting away from his team, maybe trying to get some scouting vision to see if they can maybe spot any other squad members from opposing squads in any nearby vicinities. But it seems like for now everyone's playing in the dark. They don't quite know where everyone is, so I don't think we're going to be seeing any early game action as of yet. I was actually quite surprised during those first 2 drops where we saw a couple of squads pretty much land in the same area. They decided to just leave in a truce. They didn't even want to open fire. They decided that we're just going to forfeit this zone. You guys can have it. We're going to go loot elsewhere. This is the first game of the day.
Yeah, I gotta say that there's a whole lot of respect given, and also for the fact that if they drop out way too early, they don't really garner much points at all. Like, maybe you might walk away with 2 points for a kill, but that's not really worth the risk. You want to maximize your potential by the very end. And over on the south side, we do see EV Thailand already trying to scout out over on towards the islands, over on towards the corner, and I'm not too sure what will possibly come out of this, as they are still setting up here, as they're potentially gatekeeping another team right across. Gotta see who's right over on towards the shores itself. Now, going in with the Thompson, and Gaga's just going to be running all the way across. A couple of shots already being fired up, and this signals some warning towards the side of KOG.
That's going to be a little unfortunate because I do believe he just wanted to quickly heal himself. Tong has taken a little bit of damage, but because he shot the ground, that did reveal his positioning, and he's practically right under King of Gamers.
Oh boy, speaking of that. This is going to be the first blood coming in from Osaka 77. What a great opening coming in from them, and I gotta say, Knights, they have been running out and about, and they finally pay the price. But over on towards the central area here, we're looking at the side of TG, already on the engagement here against House of Blood. This is the battle we've been talking about, India versus Pakistan, and now we're already having Kai already being knocked down on the ground. Gunshot here, trying to look for a little bit of cover, and Taha tries to actually pull them off from the compounds, but gonna be having a glue wall to be able to defend himself for the temporary measure. Now they'll go back in towards the corners of Peak, but this battle is gonna be a long bout between the two of them.
Yeah, it seemed to be a little bit more favorable for the opposing squad, so I think House of Blood actually retreating to try and find better cover themselves was the smarter choice rather than trying to fight in that open zone. Luckily, no one did drop for either squad, so both teams are still rocking all 4 members. I don't believe... Oh, we do have... Oh, yeah, we had that one casualty from Night, but we could be seeing some more casualties very soon because we're actually going to be seeing EXP versus Geek Fam. They're actually hiding under the danger zone, waiting for it to pretty much disappear. I don't know if they have vision of each other as of yet. It doesn't seem like they do. So they're probably just waiting before they can relocate.
They might have actually received a little bit of information, but with them being right smack in the danger zone, this is going to be relatively interesting. They can't really exit out of all these sort of the compounds for the moment, but now that the coast is clear, they might be resuming some of all these sort of action, but with that, there's still quite a number of distance as well as the terrain's actually giving them just about enough cover. Now, only having very little sort of the kill rates coming in towards the early phase, you can definitely see that they really want to read the gameplay coming in from each respective teams that they are fighting against. And even for the likes of House of Blood, they have been able to stash in their very first kill of the game in the form of Kai with that really nice pixel shot from across the corners.
Ooh, House of Blood might be having a small party here as King of Gamers are actually going to make themselves known by planting themselves in that little house right next to House of Blood. I believe they might be just checking to see if someone might be in the building, but it's going to be clear. At least they'll be able to continue to loot that building. But House of Blood is there. Do you think they have vision?
House of Blood might not really get the full view out of it unless if Kai actually does his scouting duties right down below, but King of Gamers is going to be sandwiching them in between the likes of TG as well. So more troubles ahead for the Pakistani side.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about the position for House of Blood as well, because being that spread out as a squad, if Kai does end up dropping, they don't have anyone nearby to potentially get a res on him. So yeah, if anything kind of goes wrong here for House of Blood, it could go badly, but for now it seems like no one's going to be open firing. It's just still truce. Everyone is still at peace.
Yeah, I could definitely see that most of the teams have pretty same idea where they just really want to locate themselves in towards the most optimal location. We really do see the initial circle where they would be at, but things like the street seems to be the place. Oh, RRQ with quite an opening from a distance, and now the catch on towards BTS. They do lose one, and they're already on the run. What a shot coming from Chanzu as well as Legolov, and that's 2 pointers. Or should I say 4 pointers as they've secured 2 kills.
Oh, that was such a beautiful engage into that choke point, because where could you really go if you're burst the sky? You were basically stuck on that bridge. You either have to commit to the bridge, accept the losses, or try and turn around and retaliate. So Burst the Sky, they do survive with 2 members, but this is really going to hurt them going into that late game because, of course, having 4 members, it's a lot easier to watch your back. But just with the 2 of them, they might have to play a little bit more passively, less Burst the Sky as I would say.
Yeah, I gotta say exactly the same as well. And playing inside of the Sentosa side is always a little bit tricky for you to exit out of the island. And now, seems like we do have a full commitment coming from the side of House of Blood alongside with King of Gamers. And now, with that commencing, that is going to be running across the street, but he will be caught out, and this will be a full-part fight here. Toyotaha wins out the shotguns, and he tries to pop them off, but they do get a little bit more cover, and the Geppo that will be able to finish off the kill over on towards Kai. Now, a little bit of flashbang coming out, and oh! One more big shot coming out. This will be House of Blood getting absolutely demolished in the early stage of the game. I'm not too sure if that was the right move to be rushing towards the side of King of Gamers, but it was too dangerous of a pursuit.
It was very ballsy of them to run at a team such as King of Gamers, because positioning-wise, King of Gamers, they had themselves spread outside the house, and I have to say that balcony play was fantastic, because if you actually looked at how high King of Gamers were up on that balcony, there was actually no good angle for House of Blood to actually try and retaliate. So they got picked off one by one, and I'm not sure if House of Gamers were relying on the shotgun play, because they came in with short-range weapons, and you're playing against a team that's more than ready to fight long-range.
Yeah, perhaps they didn't really receive full information that it was a full squad of KOG members right inside it. And House of Blood, they came from that same direction where they met up with the likes of TG up on towards Peak, but once they fall back, that's where it really bites them from behind. And here comes a couple of glue walls being popped up already. Heavy's going to be going in with a little bit of the taps. A couple of nades already being popped towards the side of Caramel. But Hoysung is going to be defending this territory by himself. Over on towards the left flank. Tampa, though, got an AK in hand. A really nice shot across the corner. And my goodness. This is going to be giving them a little bit of advantage here against EXP.
Here comes Purgatory though. Now remember, Purgatory, he is the top sniper on the side of EXP. So let's see if he's able to retaliate for his team. They do get the drop off onto Panda, and someone's going to have to res on the side of Heavy. But do they have a good position to get that res off? Because Purgatory, he is still there. He's actually looking to finish off Panda. Keeps on going. Oh no, Heavy, they've actually got to retaliate now. 2 of Heavy have gone down. It's all up to Tampa and Kim Chong. Are they going to try to get the res off? No! 3rd person to go down. It's all down to Kim Chong. Is he going to leave? Is he going to try and turn? It looks like for now he's going to say, guys, I'm so sorry, but we need these plays. But look at EXP. Oh, the shotgun play. They did get the drop, but that's going to be it. Heavy is out.
What an explosive battle between these 2 Titans here. And EXP gets a clean sweep. 4 kills in the bag. And I didn't really expect them to be able to recover, especially when they had that not much early on. But they were really hammered down the likes of Heavy. And with that, it's a really huge point lead. But Here comes Evos ID. They are marching right in. They heard all the gunshots and they want in on the action as well. Savage will be running around and he will be caught up eventually. EXP, they're doing it!
Oh, it looks like they might make it happen after all. Evos, they tried to come in, they wanted to vulture, they wanted to pick off a potentially weak team, but now it's all up to Street. He's got Abel on the ground, but he needs to win this one-on-one. Can he do it? His teammates are all down. Street, what's the play? Can he get shots in? The glue walls. The glue walls play. Caramel. Can Caramel do it? Oh, he gets the play! Caramel is dead! Street, the last survivor. His whole team is dead. But I have to say, I think at this rate, it's all worth it.
It was beauty in all of the chaos, but was it worth it though for the side of Evos ID? And
I think
they lost all their comrades and now only with one, but thankfully, Street, they made the right call. They were just hiding by the corners of the glue wall. And imagine this. If the likes of EXP actually gets that shutdown, that's 8 kills in the back and, well, close enough for that booyah.
That was a insane open fight. It was basically just a game of glue walls.
Yeah, it was a bloodbath and, man, they were just stacking it all up and, oh boy, I don't think that any of these teams from either sides did expect them to be able to respond so well.
Definitely not.
This is where it's just insane reactions coming in. But here comes Geek Fam. Haven't really gotten their first frag of the moment, but they're hoping to actually get one. And it seems like they will be able to stock themselves up really well. And Hazik possibly will be calling in for his teammates to be getting all these great loots that's coming up in the year. And the great news is that they are going to be circulating around the corners of Peak. So with that, they could also play a little bit of gatekeeping instead of moving directly in towards the center. And speaking of the center, it's EVTH already smack right in the middle and ready to take up fights.
Yeah, and the circle is starting to run out of space. If you take a look at how many teams that are still alive, we've still got 9 teams, 29 players alive, and already from the top down view, we can see that teams are running out of space. Eventually, they're just going to have to start contesting for better positions. Of course, it looks like Burst the Sky might run right into night. Both squads do have 2 members, so they could be looking at an even engagement, but I don't believe they're aware of each other's position. So instead, they're going to try and make themselves nice and cozy in that safe zone and hopefully try and push themselves further into that late game.
Yeah, and over on towards the later stages, I gotta say that the glue walls have to be saved up for only vital moments, especially with Peak having some flat grounds over at the top itself. This is gonna be a little bit concerning. Oh, Street.
Actually, shots are being fired. Is there shots being fired at Street, or is he shooting? He's fighting with somebody.
I don't think that he should be getting in towards any sort of engagement, judging for the fact that he's the sole unit alive for the side of Evos at the moment, and well, I'm pretty sure that they're happy with the sort of the team fight that they had much early on, but we still have 9 teams on the board here inside of Bermuda, so
it is so quiet.
Yeah, you really got to play it slow. But oh, BDS going in for another one.
Yeah, it looks like they're actually going to be contesting for a. Trying to get some cover for themselves. They've got to actually take out Total Gaming if they want this. They're only left with Theo and Comden. Let's see if they're able to take out this squad and secure this vicinity for themselves. They're at a player disadvantage with only 2 of them. Theo, he is actually trying to make some plays happen, but unfortunately he's all alone. Oh, they get a beautiful grenade shot. Actually, they just drop one of the players on this side. Oh, but this is all up to Condemn now, and I'm not sure if he's going to be able to fight against 3 players by himself.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, but with a lot of all these area of play within these walls, it's still a little bit of possibilities. But oh, KOG getting multiple range of action coming from RQ Hades, and over the back, that's going to be TG members backstabbing the likes of RQ as well. They got to go on the lookout here. Leg left, getting chipped up to 12 HP, and he'll be knocked out. My goodness me. And this is where things really get rowdy. The zone already shrunk all the way in towards the south. KOG and O'Connor trying to make himself alive, but he could not make it out. RQ Hades makes it at 6th spot. Evos ID will be coming in 5th and 4th place well, teams just dropped like flies. We couldn't really catch everything at that moment, but now with only 3 teams remaining, it's VGM, Geek Fam, as well as King of Gamers.
Contra, all of these teams have 4 members alive, so we are actually going to be looking at a 12-player battle royale now to try and get this first place. So far, V-Gaming, they have 0 kills on the board, so if they can get a booyah, this will bolster their point system for now. I don't believe Geek Fam have too many points themselves, so a lot of these teams are actually survived until this final zone. I'm not sitting on any points.
Exactly, and they really have to be wary of their current status here, and Geek Fam is just by the corners of the
we got a drop.
satellite tower. Oh
got
my!
dropped.
Fire in the hole!
Oh, look at Osaka's positioning. He's actually trying to backstab Geek Fam.
And it seems like Geek Fam's looking pretty depleted right now. It seems like both of the teams are trying to pincer them up with only 1 member remaining. And it seems like for the likes of King of Gamers, they do have the high ground advantage. And Bitsu tries to go in for a push as well, running a little bit quicker with the katana. Now with a couple more glue walls intact, Geek Fam with the only lone unit by the back, he will try to survive it all. Double kill coming in as well. 3 kills. They get 4 from the side of V-Gaming. They might just actually walk away with the booyah right now. Just looking for the Osaka 77. He's dropping in the nades as well. And with that last couple of sprays, and this will be it. The booyah going in the hands of the Vietnamese side. It will be V-Gaming coming in hot with the perfect win.
What a beautiful way to start the day. It was a little bit of a slow one. I know lots of viewers are expecting Bermuda to be a very action-packed map, but these teams, they're still trying to get a feel of the competition. But V-Gaming, for anyone that watched the play-ins, they were a very consistent team over the course of that series. They were constantly placing either in the middle of the pack or at the top, either securing kills or getting those placement points. And I think for them as well, they decided, let's focus more on placement points. We need everyone alive. They didn't show their positioning at all, and they decided to bring it for that final safe zone circle, and they did a beautiful job.
I absolutely gotta say that was a spectacular play coming in from all the teams on board. Though the kill ratios for the top 3 teams on board were not really as high as the ones that we saw early on with those fights coming from Heavy as well as EXP and Evos, but it was still a really good run out there with each respective teams. They were taking sides on the corners of the circle, and eventually with KOG, they had the high ground but no covers to work with, and V-Gaming, they were in the last couple of compounds that were left available, and that was what they leveraged on to be able to secure this very massive win. And, well, the faithful shall be rewarded coming from the play-ins all the way till now. Hard work really paid off for them.
Yeah. You know, I think the biggest loser of the final safe zone was actually Geek Fam, because they were basically receiving fire from both of the other 2 teams that were surviving. King of Gamers as well as V-Gaming, they both decided to focus down Geek Fam. If it went a little differently, if they maybe focused on King of Gamers instead, maybe we actually could have seen Geek Fam come in second. But sometimes you can't control who focuses who, you just have to kind of take the brunt of it. But it's a tough way to come into that late game. Speaking of this game, I'm really interested to see who got most of the kills. Personally, I'm of the impression that I think EXP got most of those kills.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, after taking out the entirety of the side of Heavy, they got 4 points out there with another 3 members down from the side of Evos Indonesia. So that will make it in towards a total of 7.
Now, I don't think there were any other teams that secured as many kills, so chances are we're actually going to see EXP pretty high up on the leaderboard, even though they got eliminated early. And it's plays like that where you have to think, is it better to die in the middle of the match with lots of kills, or is it better to try and secure that booyah? And I think in the case of EXP, considering how they kind of approach the game, they might be pretty happy with their placement regardless.
Yeah, I gotta say, it's still a very solid run coming out of most of all these teams, especially from the Vietnamese side. So explosive. This is what we're talking about.
They're dangerous.
So dangerous. I tell you that. Like, the heavy commitments coming in from even the likes of Heavy, they were looking poised to be able to shut down the likes of EXP. And just look at how EXP turned the tides against them. And even with the Tigers marching in from Indonesia, Evos were baffled that, hey, you know, for the moment, they just looked like they were about to lose it all. But lucky enough, they were really in close proximity with those school walls intact, and that's where they still managed to still get that very final kill. But on that sort of final bout out there, when we saw, of course, King of Gamers alongside with the likes of V Gaming, who have just won the Booyah, I really gotta say, this sort of the firepower that we saw was so massive. Like, we just mentioned, like, oh, it's gonna be a 4-on-4-on-4. And out of nowhere, Geek Fam just disappeared with that tag team coming in from both sides. And unfortunately for them, they only got the tower just a little bit of the room to work with other than those glue walls. And, well, if you got a grenade launcher left available, it's an easy finisher to be landed on top of Geek Fam.
Yeah. We could have actually seen a bit of a different match for Geek Fam as well. If Osaka didn't decide to go for that backstep, I think you would have remembered Osaka actually separating from the King of Gamers squad. Because when you come into the final circle, sometimes it's kind of hard to know who's where because you're focusing on trying to figure out, okay, where are these shots coming from? What can we maybe guess who it is, right? Because there's no way to tell who's who until you've either knocked them down or you killed them, right? So for Osaka to separate from the team, he did it beautifully as well because no one saw him coming. If they saw him, then we would have seen some shots out of Osaka. But he managed to run around to the back the tree line behind Geek Fam in a really open space. And I do believe he managed to knock 1 or 2 members of Geek Fam down, essentially crippling the squad. If he didn't do that, we actually may have looked at a completely different late game for Geek Fam.
Yeah, it could have been a very different scenario, but rest assured is that V Gaming, although they were on that lower ground, really having those covers was the biggest advantage that they really had, especially coming out of that area. You could still set up a couple of all these sort of walls before getting in towards the action later on against KOG. KOG were just behind a couple of rocks and trees, and they know for sure that eventually they will have to move aside. And all they have to do, clear on towards the right side, and eventually look towards the top side of the hill, which was what they did exactly. So perfect execution coming in from V Gaming. And with that, we do have the standings for game number 1. Although V Gaming walked away with the Booyah, it was King of Gamers Club that will be securing the most points being procured. And, well, I gotta say that this is a 10 kill ratio that we're seeing coming from the side of KOG after actually taking down the likes of House of Blood from the start. And when they went in for the fishing move, it was just a show-stopping performance.
And if you take a look at the points as of now, we're actually already starting to see a little bit of a gap between those first 2 teams and the rest of the competition. To lead with more than 30 points and for 3rd and 4th place to only be sitting on 20, that's a lot of catch-up work that has to happen in these upcoming games. And it makes the competition wonder, is anyone going to be able to contest with King of Gamers? Because I have to say, watching this team in the play-ins, they were terrifying, and it made me wonder, are they going to play this good during the grand finals? And of course, they're already starting to show off.
Yeah, I gotta say that even though they didn't really get that Booyah in their back, this is still a very solid performance that most of the fans have been expecting coming from the Thai side itself, as they have always had a really great league run throughout the entirety of the season. And now, like you said, really starting to show the flair from the start, just to exert some dominance. And here we have our kill leaders of our match in our first game of Bermuda. It's Osaka here with that 5 kill ratio and a total damage of 2,371. And the rest of the competitors, nowhere near to these numbers.
No, it just goes to show how much impact Osaka has in these engagements. The total, some people would think, oh, total damage doesn't matter, only kills matter. In Free Fire, if you are able to land most of your shots, you are a huge asset to your team because it means there's more of a chance of someone to get knocked down by one of your teammates. So for Osaka to have that much impact, you have to think, is Osaka the key player?
Well, I gotta say that he's definitely one of the key players coming in from the side of King of Gamers Club, but you cannot really count out the rest as well. Without the backbones out there really putting him in towards the spotlight, and then of course it will be way harder for him to perform. But other than himself as well, we do see it was a really good tactical play, especially when that challenge came in from the peak region where House of Bloods were coming in. And you were mentioning that those sort of angles were a little bit tougher inside of House of Bloods, but it was Osaka that went in to initiate. And once again, let's look at the highlights here to be covering this hectic moment over on towards the Bimasaki Street.
Yeah, this was a little bit of a sad situation here for Heavy, because most people would assume the team on the high ground should have the advantage, right? They would have more cover to work with. They should be able to also have more vision advantage. But it just seems in a one-on-one team fight, EXP are just the clear victors. Their close engagements are beautiful. Whereas Heavy, you could tell the team was kind of in disarray. They didn't really know how they wanted to approach EXP because EXP ran at them.
Yeah, and speaking of running at them, the next one to run at them was Evos Esports here, and they were in the brink of death as well, but that very clutch moment out there that really stole the show came down to this point where Street just went hammering them down, and look at everything they got was put on the line. They were even exchanging for a little bit, just crossing each other, tapping on the shoulders, and they call it truce for a moment. And this is where the final blow came right in, and yep, he got the shotgun ready, and that's where he just closed up shop and walked away with that 4 kills. But losing the rest of the members here was quite a damage being done towards the Indonesian side, but they still lasted pretty long in the game until this moment. We saw BTS. They were going in with the invasion, which I'm not too sure. It was a really great launcher right down below, but it's all too messy if you ask me.
Yeah, it also, you could also argue as well that they probably didn't have enough information as to knowing where everybody was. So leaving Bio on that low ground by himself, he was leaving himself very vulnerable. Maybe they were thinking someone was going to be on that second floor. And to find out that no one was there, Burst the Sky probably thinking, okay guys, we're kind of messed up here. But I mean, what can you really do? You're already fully committed to try and take a small compound by yourself, but you know, things happen. We're going to be taking a look at this final skirmish as well before the booyah happened. V Gaming, flawless. Seriously, these guys, you have to keep an eye out for them.
That's right, and there's a reason why they were so confident in that interview, and props up to Crazy Binsu, Dark Club, as well as Mako for making a massive run of that 6 total kills that they've garnered, 32. Although they are slightly behind the likes of KOG, this is a really good run for them to really kick things off on a high note.
Absolutely. For V Gaming as well, they actually got most of their kills in that final zone as well. Because if you take a look at the total damage for V Gaming, this was the same damage that Osaka did by himself.
Yeah, like, that guy is a one-man army, I tell you that. Like, I'm not even certain to say, like, can he actually go in for multiple team aces in the upcoming matches? We'll have to wait and tell, because the next match will be inside Purgatory, and with that, that's also where most of all these Indonesian teams alongside with the Thai side really do shine, especially with their really slow, methodical gameplay. And this is where most of all these teams will be bringing out the snipers as well that will be coming in towards effect. I can't really wait to see what's going to be happening, because the very first dish that was served on the plate here was just looking absolutely delicious. But man, this booyah, I gotta say, it wasn't just about that sort of two-way battle. It's also how V Gaming executed that push from a low ground terrain all the way upwards to be able to put a full stop on King of Gamers. And if King of Gamers actually took this win, imagine the disparity in the scores.
Yes, actually, I could really see what you're talking about there, because if, let's say King of Gamers got the booyah there, they would have gotten 4 kills on top of that booyah as well. They would be sitting really pretty 4 points.
Yeah.
So King of Gamers, So they are still leading the scoreboard as of now, so we're going to have to see if their reign continues as they dominated the play-ins. Are they going to dominate the grand final as well? I'm going to jump into Purgatory in just a moment, but it seems like we've got 2 more minutes to go before the next matchup, Contra. So
that's right. I guess we'll be catching our breaths for a little bit before we get ourselves in towards our upcoming match. And with that, we're not going to be moving in towards so you guys can just sit right through the entirety of the day. Well, technically, it wouldn't really take you guys all too long because all these games are so action-packed. Man, all these minutes just fly by like seconds.
Well, exactly right, because everyone's looking forward to this next matchup. I want to see how these teams adapt as well, because we've just had the first round of the day, and of course some squads are going to have to start making some changes. And I think a lot of the biggest losers that we kind of saw in that first matchup was any team that played on the outer zone just got picked off.
Yeah, I gotta say, initially we saw teams like the side of Team Knights that were getting clipped off early on, and we saw that hot drop coming in for the side of Team Knights, and they were scattered all across the region, running like headless chickens, if you ask me. And it was very uncharacteristic to see such a team with high caliber to be doing so. But understandably why, like there's a lot of respect given to those that secure majority of a certain township itself. So with that, they kind of give a little bit too much of that respect. Instead of trading back, they walk away with nothing.
Yeah, maybe it's just the fact that some teams get a little bit impatient that may have hurt them, because what we did see for the play-ins was that a lot of squads were really patient. They didn't move unless they really had to. And when they did move, they always moved somewhere where they had a lot of cover to work with, a good place where they're able to scout out the surrounding zones as well, so that if they saw anyone coming in, they had a safe place to snipe them off from. So maybe some of these teams getting a little bit too anxious, too antsy during this first round. Maybe they'll tone it back a little bit, because Purgatory, it's a bigger map. There's going to be a lot of practically dead zones where you can't do anything. You need a compound tied in.
Yeah, and of course, there. Oh boy, that was quite a rotation coming in from most of all these squads out there, but yeah.
We had that last week. We had the Moat House Circle, and it was interesting. For anyone that did miss out on that Moat House engagement last week, go back through the VODs after today. It was a treat. Yeah,
and who knows, it might just happen again here in the FFCS Asia Finals here. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, you guys can log in tomorrow to be able to claim your live stream viewership gifts out there, as we have already hit our milestone out there with the 25K mark. And thank you all for always supporting us here in the Free Fire. All thanks to Gorina as well. Now, over on towards the western side, it's really surprising to see that only EVOS, EVTH will be over on towards the Marble Works over on towards the corner, but oh my goodness me, look at this flock of crowds right down below.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be one hell of a skirmish if these teams do decide to commit. They're going to try and figure out if they can actually get enough loot to feel confident to jump into these fights first. But so far it seems no one's actually going to get some shots in as of yet. But we've got House of Blood versus Burst the Sky. Now, who makes the first play? Oh, they got vision. They have vision. They see. Nope. No. Truce. Truce.
Okay. It seems like they're just going to be hanging by the walls.
It seems like they just don't feel confident to actually go for this first skirmish.
I feel like they really need to actually make the first move, and whoever gets the first drop might just be able to be walking away with the entirety of the kills, and this situation is looking relatively tense. House of Blood did not looking to go in towards any sort of entry point, but Kai, he will be the first one to be clipped downwards, but he still have a little bit of HP to work with, I hope. And with that, very little weaponry on some of the hands out here, and still back, trying to get themselves ready for any sort of invasion coming in from multiple angles here, but what can House of Blood do at this moment?
Oh, we've actually got a drop here onto Condemn, and he is alone. Are they going to be able to grab him back up there? They're getting some shots in. Condemn looks like he's going to be the first player to be eliminated from the match. Now it's going to be a 3 versus 4 scenario, and the Sky might just regret their decision because they've lost Shin and they've also lost Loyal. It's all up to Bio, but he's all alone, and they haven't been able to get any drops on the side of House of Blood, so Burst the Sky might just be bursted out of this series.
There's still a little bit of hope left. Beck is going for a little bit of revival. And now they do get one member down on foot. And with the push! What a flag coming in! Another one! My goodness! Now down towards Shin, but he will still be halted right here. What an ace coming in from the side of House of Blood. It's payback time, baby.
And we got some more payback as we see 2 more squads going in for another engagement. Shoyu taking critical amounts of damage. But is there anything that they could really do here positioning-wise? You have to say it is a pretty good advantage for the opposition squad as Shoyu does finally get shot down. Arpis also exposed, tries to get some shots, but also will go down. They will be able to get 1 kill in the process, but I think Geek Fam might just be eliminated right off the bat.
My goodness. The South Asia side of the squads, both Pakistan as well as India, they're stashing kills after kills, and this is another ace, and they just shut down Malaysia. TG, they were looking absolutely lethal in that one.
That's going to hurt Geek Fam as well because they were going to be, I believe, the second team to be eliminated. Did they get any kills? I think they got 1 kill before the team got knocked down. It's going to be very painful for them on the leaderboard because, of course, you need points for every single round. So far, from what we have seen, successful teams have been consistent. Now, this is going to be one hell of a bloodbath if this does end up being a 3-way fight because it's V Gaming. We have our EXP Esports, and we know how bloodthirsty EXP could be, but it looks like we might be looking at a truce. Although, oh no, Knights. Oh, this might just be it for Tong.
Oh, they're taking out the bat as well. I think this is going to be at least the shotguns itself. And Knights will be falling out on 10th place. Not a good start for them, but EVTH, they're going against Evos ID, and this is quite a long-range terrain for them to just play things up, but...
Look at the backside. There's actually Heavy running over the high ground. We're not quite sure if they're going to jump into that as of yet, so we'll take a look at them a little bit later as V Gaming finally are going to run into EXP Esports. Now, is this going to be a mistake for V Gaming? Because we know for a fact EXP, they love to fight.
Oh, yes, they do. Oh, what a pick coming in from the side of Pungat. The man that you mentioned is on the limelight, and he's going in for the kill secure. And this time around, it's redemption for the side of EXP.
Are you kidding me? 2 of the top 3 teams from our last round have already been eliminated. Geek Fam are gone, and now the Booyah squad from our first match is also eliminated.
I'm just really hyped up right now because EXP, 2 games in a row. So last match, finished off 7 kills in the back. This time, 8 kills, and none of their members even faltered. And they are showing Titans can fall, and they are just here to make their mark. Wow, this team.
The last remaining team that top 3'd in our last series is King of Gamers. Now, so far, I don't believe we have seen any action from them as of yet. So we'll have to keep an eye on King of Gamers to see if they do decide to continue on with this consistent streak of trying to place very high for placements. But they have to be realistic. King of Gamers, they also can get kills if they really want to. EVTH actually running right into Heavy. And it looks like we're actually going to look at 2v2v2v2. We'll have to see who actually comes out of this successfully because Rambo gets knocked out on the other side of the field. They haven't got the res up as of yet. It's just going to be one of EVTH fighting against Heavy on the left side. But can they get it? It's a constant streak around these. They lost Heavy. They've lost 2. They actually just going to try and finish them off. And EV Thailand, they have been eliminated, and looks like Heavy, they will come out with 3 members.
They bit too much more than they could chew right there. Like the last sort of fights that we saw in Bermuda, it was quite the similar sort of style that they crashed out as well. And I felt that they were really not in a really good position to fight as well. Like Heavy was in that sort of area. They caught that, okay, they're kind of right out in the open, but that 2-2 split that just came right in. really didn't work out, especially they were just dropping out of vehicles. There's a couple of split
Ooh.
seconds out there.
Hold your hats. Hold your hats.
Evos ID, they're coming right in. Oh boy, what's going to happen right now?
Man, this is the hill of death. There's a lot of bloodbath on this.
Too much casualty for my liking, but hey, it's great for all the viewers out there really enjoying the show. And man, this is looking extremely dicey. Look at RRQ Hades as well, just waiting by there. And they are strictly opportunistic, and they haven't really revealed themselves. And that itself would be something that teams would not be suspecting at all. But Heavy, they're happy enough with that 3 kills that they garnered.
Yeah, I think it's better to kind of be safe rather than be sorry here, right? So Heavy just kind of making the right play. They want to try and preserve their team as they go later and later into this late game. RRQ Hades, unfortunately, I think they were hoping for that skirmish to happen over that hill because, of course, they could have come in and vultured and potentially snapped themselves up some free, easy kills because of course, after a team fight, you don't really expect to be vultured, and you might be weakened in the process as well. You could be in the middle of a med pack, and then suddenly, headshot, you're dead.
Yeah, and speaking of headshots here, you can see that RQ Hades is definitely looking for one. Legalov has already got a kill count on his side, and he's one of the veteran players out there since the early seasons of Free Fire. We've already been seeing his name popping up in the international stages itself, and now a little bit of the danger zone on top of the side of RQ. They won't be looking to move anywhere at all, but Evos, another fellow Indonesian side, really looking to pick things off here, and they definitely understand that usually in this sort of compounds right here, there should be some lurkers going to be hiding behind the walls, and there we go, already having a whole lot of all these missiles dropping on the ground. But Legalov, he's taking precautions as well. So as for Pac-Man, putting himself on risk, but yeah, Brasilia is going to be absolutely cleared out. Hey, it seems like Mr. Wagner is going to be joining us for a slight moment on the roof too.
Oh, I think he's playing in every game of Free Fire. Let's be realistic here. Alright, so we're still going to keep an eye on Heavy and RRQ. Now, of course, if anyone did see that top-down view that we saw just a moment ago, King of Gamers is in the vicinity. They are sitting on a hill nearby. So if there is a little bloodshed happening on the ground, King of Gamers, they are going to be aware of what's going to be happening and who's going to be where. Because they have some blood, they're actually going to be using a vehicle to potentially scout out a new area where they can hopefully just sort of park themselves as they wait for that new safe zone.
Yeah, and it seems like they've already sprinted themselves in towards the next safe zone. But to say if it's safe, it's not exactly too much so. And once again, driving directly in towards a very dangerous spot. And with King of Gamers, they really do love to hold these sort of high vantage point once again. And
it's a very patient team. This is something that I think we've noticed this time and time again. King of Gamers, they don't show themselves unless they have to.
Yeah, I would certainly say that this has been working out for them for quite some time, and the star of the show for Bermuda, Osaka, might not be walking away with so many kills just about yet, but we'll soon to see. Yeah, eventually. Now, UAV zone on top of Brasilia, just gonna be standing on top of RRQ Hades, but yeah, it's just a little bit of a 360 view. Yeah, spit it out there, JLX. Outside. Oh, for Kaido. Gotta take my words back. Hades, they just hobbled in all the bullets when necessary.
Yeah, it'd be pretty interesting to know who actually spotted who out first. Was it House of Blood to actually shoot first, or was it potentially RRQ? We didn't quite get that information, so we're not quite sure who's on who, but oh, this might be a very interesting engagement because, of course, EXP might be running into King of Gamers. I don't believe... Oh, they do know. They do know that they're there, and they managed to get a shot onto a key player for King of Gamers, onto Osaka.
Yeah, and lucky enough, he will be able to still get some healing being done eventually. And yep, back to 200 HP. So he's just going to be leveraging on this hillside. But he only barely gets a little bit of glimpse over on towards the members of EXP. And mind you that 8 kills already in the bag for the side of EXP. These two Thai teams never seem to be getting too much of a rest in a whole lot of all these packages are dropping in towards the corners for RRQ as they are looking to restock themselves. But Hogotaha, he want to see whether or not they actually get a drop on towards the side of RRQ at the very least. And they want a piece of the pie of whatever sort of loot that's left available. And lining it up.
Oh, he didn't get it. He didn't shoot. Patient, very patient. Looking at some of the players on House of Blood, you can see why they're actually not wanting to move forward. They don't have too many glue walls to work with, so it seems that for now they want to preserve it as that the safe zone just gets smaller and smaller. We know how big of a factor glue walls are because we saw in that last map on Bermuda, especially during those final couple of safe zones, if you don't have a stash of glue walls, you're not going to have that safety to fall back to, where you need cover from the side. You need, in particular, for your backside, right? You don't want to get backstabbed. Countless times we have seen players just get knocked out because they had no one to check behind them.
And with that, finally we get that opening shot. O'Connor actually landed a killing blow all around towards the side of House of Blood. So that long sort of range of shots have been working out for the likes of RQ. And now with the danger zone on top of the side of TG as well as Heavy right around towards the top side of the hill, how are they supposed to play this out safely?
Oh, this is going to be a really tough one. It's all going to be up to those glue walls and, of course, using the trees as cover. Looks like for now, Heavy going to see if they can try and get a couple knockdowns. So far, nothing. Looks like Golden's going to be, and he's hiding behind his glue wall. He had to deploy one. Oh, House of Blood. One player actually gets knocked down. It's going to be Gunshot, and he gets eliminated.
Oh boy, and this is just spelling more bad news ahead. They were a little bit greedy to be able to get themselves in towards the middle zone out there as they were walking right out in the open against KOG, against RQ Hades, and you see RQ already stashed up their third kill in the form of side of House of Blood early on off camera as well. So Heavy, they're just waiting for the right moment here to strike the likes of the side of TG right down below, and Kim Chan is ready for that push, and a couple of walls already been put up. Oh boy, we're about to see a massive eruption.
Oh god, I actually managed to get a drop onto Tumka, but it looks like, unfortunately, TG then actually down to Golden. Panda's the last remaining player on the side of Heavy, and he's actually just hiding behind this tree. He's got no glue wall. He's got no safe way to advance.
I'm not too sure how he's going to be getting out of that one. Mr. 05 joins in from the back, though. This is going to be extremely crucial for the side of Evos to be able to clean up shop, as these are quite a staggering number of kills if they just secure some aces right here. But TG already bailing from the scene. They will have to survive by hook or by crook. And Mr. 05, he really got himself some really great grounds for them to just hold on to for the moment. And in fact, they're not really too far from the center as well, so easily they could just finish the job, get themselves in towards a better position, and now it's going to be the call for the next zone to come right by eventually. But
I want to see where that new zone is going to be, because of course, if you are in that new zone, it's going to be such an important key for that team to go into the late game, because it's a huge advantage. You're already in a great position going into that late game. Oh my.
What a range coming in from the side of RQ, and now KO Gamers trading it right back. It's going to be members falling like flies. RQ. They are depleted. Now it's only down to Pac-Man, but you know what happens to Pac-Man. They might just be eaten by the ghosts of King of Gamers.
House of Blood? Are they bum rushing King of Gamers? House of Blood? Hello?
Okay. And it gets a little bit hectic right across the corner, and House of Blood trying to actually find a way in. Blue wall almost being depleted right out there, but Hogo Hawk will still be taken out there, but still a really good placement for them as well. 4th place finish will be giving them quite a staggering amount of points, but the reverse side of Evos ID right down below as well. EXP now in towards the top fights here. This is going to be extremely exciting. Most of them having most of the numbers up. Osaka already being knocked out as well. They got to expand a couple of walls to be able to save him, but bullets are coming in from the side of EXP as well.
Yeah, it looks like EXP, their positioning is crisp as well. They are spread out, so there's no potential of 3 players being taken out simultaneously. Oh, actually we've got a drop here onto Abu. King of Gamers, they are stuck together because of course, remember the field, you've got almost no cover to work with. It's all going to be up to those glue walls that you have saved up until this point. But so far, EXP are looking extremely good, but Evos going to make them their way up the hill. There's no way or shape ready to really engage. Oh, King of Gamers. Oh, they've gone through. It's all just going to be JXL. Oh, King of Gamers. They have been eliminated. And now it's going to be Evos versus EXP. Who's going to go down?
Wow.
It's a game of glue walls. Where's the cover?
And out of a sudden, in the flash of an eye, this will be it. Evos will be able to secure that Booyah by the very end. And even though they do have just 4 members remaining, out of a sudden, they bossed it. I don't know, like, we gotta see that again in the highlights because that happened way too quick.
So Evos, this is actually reminding me of one of their matches during the Indonesian Grand Finals. So Evos have this thing where sometimes they'll make themselves really unknown, as if they won't show their positioning, they won't reveal where they are, and they'll just be like, you guys do your thing, we'll come in later. Okay, we don't need to do anything. Now the thing is, I wouldn't say this is a mistake. This was EXP's decision. Their decision to take out King of Gamers, I'm very sure they weren't sure who they were shooting. Let's be realistic, was it King of Gamers or not? But once they fully commit, we know how EXP is. They don't back down from these fights. So EXP, they decided to take out King of Gamers. Great, huge threat taken out. Now the issue is, where is the next threat? Because Evos decided to play quietly, they decided to play patiently, they had no idea where the opposition was. But EXP already exposed themselves with the gunfire, right? So they roughly knew where to go for. They had so many resources as well because they didn't need to use any during those last couple of safe zones. So Evos, they were just saying, okay, we're ready, we are locked, we're loaded, we have all the stuff we need to go into the late game. We will fight you last.
Yeah, I gotta say it was exceptional positioning coming from the elusive Tigers of Indonesia. Evos.
Oh, they did play like Tigers, I have to say that.
And they just mauled everybody down. We saw what happened over on towards the side of House of Bloods, Heavy, that were being clipped right down below the hills. And after they were done with that, they just came right in. And for the record, like, EXP, they did get quite a staggering number of kills by the very end of the game. Though they did get second placement, I think that it might just be able to challenge the side of Evos, but I couldn't be too certain about that. We really have to look out for the standings to be able to secure that. But we saw most of the members of EXP, they were tunneling their vision all the way towards the side of KOG's position.
Well, they had to, right?
Yeah.
They didn't know where Evos was to begin with.
Exactly. Like, maybe they might just know a member or so, but that's pretty much about it. Like, most of the pressure was coming from the side of KOG anyways, with those bullets flying in, so they were just trying to trade right back. But with Evos kind of knowing every single information necessary, that's where they have the upper hand against the other two squads over on towards those corners out there. And what a way to be able to actually secure that round out there. And with that, we already have one Booyah on the side of V Gaming. And now with Evos on the charts as well. Well, are we looking for another repeat win for any sort of the teams so soon in towards this matchup? Because the upcoming match is going to be Kalahari.
It's very early to say if we could be seeing any repeat Booyahs as of yet. I think the only team we've seen so far that's placed high enough consistently is King of Gamers, right? This is the second time that they managed to make top 3. I think if anything, it could be King of Gamers. I know this sounds very biased, but just watching King of Gamers performances, if they're going to consistently make top 3, there's a good chance that they're eventually going to get a Booyah. And there's a good chance you'll get multiple Booyahs if they keep playing like this. So King of Gamers, they could be the ones to actually get the multiple Booyahs. I want to see how the leaderboard shakes up because we saw Geek Fam and V Gaming get knocked out pretty much at the beginning of the game. They had no points to work with as well. So how far down are these two squads going to drop and who's actually going to rise in their place instead? I'm still of the opinion that I think King of Gamers will still be on top because they have a good place. They've got really good placement points to work with, plus the kills that they secured during those last couple of zones. Who's going to be second, third, and fourth?
Well, I gotta say that Evos definitely is gonna be somewhere up there, because on the very first match inside Bermuda, we did see them surviving till the very late phase. They were also within the top 5 ratio. Now with this Booyah out there, they could potentially even knock the lights of the side of KOG, especially with the amount of kills that they've garnered this match itself. I'm not too certain where EXP is gonna stand, because first match, massive 7 kills. Dropped a little bit too early, but
I think
this
they
game,
were-
top 2 finish, it's not too bad, shabby after all.
I think EXP was 5th or 6th.
Mhm.
So they weren't up there, but you could tell that EXP, they are showing some kind of presence.
Whoa.
Let's take a look at our kill leaders for now. And Osaka, do I need to say anything? No. No.
Well, yeah, the damage says it all, 3,142, but this time he's sharing the first place alongside with Hoysung, Street, as well as Pungat. So technically there's first and second place finish, but look at Pungat, the prodigy that we've talked about here. He is kind of like catching up towards the side of Osaka as well, but Hoysung is still trying to do as much as he can, and this is the lethal duo out there really chasing in for those sort of kills. And with that, they've already secured 10 points for their own respective team.
Yeah. You just have to keep an eye on EXP. It honestly feels that EXP are just going to be massive underdogs in this series. But let's take a look at the current standings with the new points. And it looks like King of Gamers, they will manage to still claim first place, but just by 2 points. Evos have managed to catch up and are now sitting pretty in second place, followed by EXP. They've actually managed to push themselves up to 3rd place.
Wow, you can see that it's almost even. All Evos Esports needed to just tie the scores right there is just a kill. And with that, the tides have definitely changed, but RQ Hades really getting a little bit of advancement here against the likes of V Gaming. After V Gaming dropped up way too early, it's quite unfortunate that they could possibly extend their solo lead, but with that sort of the fight that was happening against EXP does have a taste of sweet revenge. But we start off with this interesting interaction here between BTS over on towards the Fire Brigade house, and they were really bringing the alarms over on towards these corners here, especially Loyal, who just found a little bit of a drop, but it was only down towards the side a bit. There was a couple of all this damage being done. He hops over the window, get the quick revive going on over the corner, of course, hailing himself first before anything else, and eventually of the likes of House of Blood, they still managed to close things out, but they still suffered quite an amount of loss coming in the very end.
Oh man, this must really hurt for Burst Sky though, to be the first team to be eliminated, and they got no kills out of that team fight as well. So unfortunately, that squad's not going to do too well for the leaderboard. We did see this skirmish as well. This was EVTH versus Heavy, and I have to say this was one messy engagement.
Yeah, it was so messy. Actually, RQ Hades was trying to chip in some damage as well, but they don't really seem to see any second shot. And only down to 2 members out there, they will still be able to pull the weight back in towards their favor. And RQ Hades, alongside with KOG, really taking out those sort of the leverage of the terrains. And with that, this is where Osaka stashed up those kills, and EXP right down below, they were just getting pincered across the corner, and this is how they set up one beautiful line of members just getting those shots in, and end of the day, it was a beautiful ace.
It's a great way to start the day if you are Evos, because now we're going to be seeing in second place. Next map is going to be pretty interesting. We are looking at Kalahari as our 3rd map of the day, and we know Kalahari can be a little bit of a gimmicky map at sometimes. You have to not only worry about the normal places, but now you also have to worry about a lot of vertical spaces where people are going to be hiding, and also the fact that the grappling hook is now going to start being a bit of a factor. We've seen some players use the grappling hook kind of as a Spider-Man mechanic to reposition themselves away from the team fights or sort of come into the team fights. So it'll be interesting to see how those squads sort of adapt to Kalahari, because you cannot play Kalahari like you would Bermuda or Purgatory.
Yeah, I gotta say so as well, and with the center of the map being a key area to be accessing a lot of all these control, that will be a very prime spot for all these fights to be happening. But once again, congratulations to Evos Indonesia, as this round itself, that 9 kill that they've gotten has been able to put them side by side, just next to the top dogs out there, King of Gamers Club.
I'm just wanting to see on Kalahari, is anyone going to be able to take that top spot away from King of Gamers?
I definitely think that there will be a little bit of momentum shift coming in, especially for those teams that may not have been getting all too much of the rest from the couple of games that we just witnessed.
Yep.
So hopefully Team Knights, as well as the other teams that have been able to just get very little at a time, now it's that time to just prove themselves once again. And well, I'm just looking forward for that.
I'm looking forward to the match as well, but folks, we do need to go for a quick break as the players are still getting ready to jump into Kalahari, but once we return, we will jump right into our third game of the day.
Let's go. Toda Latinoamérica cabeceando el sonido. Qué chido, en mi región el bando bien metido. No existe competencia, ganamos los partidos. Venimos bien tendidos y no somos los bandidos.
Bau, bau, hermanos, tchau. A W me gusta, é top global.
Bye, bye, o Brasil é demais. Pega o aberto que eu mostro como faz.
Ketemu di Bermuda, Purgatory, Kalahari. Semangat 45 gak takut kalah takkan lari. Mari kemari hadapi lagi, we gon' be on top. Thailand drop, sampai sini langsung stop.
เชียร์แชมป์แล้วไงทำไมต้องแชมป์อ่ะพูดอย่างนี้ตอนเวอร์ซิลี่ได้ที่ไรอ่ะก็เทเป็นดาราแชมป์ออลสตาร์เราวิวัฒน์อาชีพผู้เล่นจนต้องร้องเฮ้ย
और आखिरी तो मतलब नहीं हमसे तो डर मत प्लान किया शूट करे लेके फुर्सत वी आर चैलेंजर्स हम देंगे फुल टक्कर माने भेजा हमको खिला के दही शक्कर
Let's go battle, let's go battle. Who's the winner? Who's the winner? Let's go battle, let's go battle. Let's go battle, go fight.
Việt Nam làm chủ xuống sân khách như sân nhà, chỉnh của đội Đài Loan như cách họ chạy mấy con gà. Tránh đường, Việt Nam đi ngang qua, nhiệt huyết anh nắm là mày đóng băng rồi tan ra.
开头要小心子弹不长眼睛，不管你跳哪里被屠杀是为结局。劝你们先关机，落机禁止通行，别让爸爸担心，提早回家休息。
В прошлом BS были темной лошадкой, регион взбудоражил всех до упадка. Тише, тише в этот раз, обещаю, будет гладко, а победа 2 не сладкой.
أصلنا السودة ركبناهم عديناهم من زمان نمبر 1 بالترتيب ركز وتابع يا مان نمبر 1 بالهروب الاختباء أكيد انتو حتى الفايت عندكم زيرو بالصدفة علينا فيستو.
To all the countries, we wish you the best. We fight with honor cause we train with zest. History will teach you we brought down empires. Bigger egos have been laid to rest.
Let's go battle, let's go battle. Who's the winner? Who's the winner? Let's go battle, let's go battle. Let's go battle, go fight. We fight for it, we fight for it. Hey, hey, hey. Who's the winner? Who's the winner? I will have your respect.
And once again, welcome back to the Free Fire Continental Series Asia. My name is Contra alongside with Dan Lee, and we've already witnessed 2 amazing booyahs. The first one covered by V Gaming and followed by the likes of Evos Indonesia. So now we're going to be moving in towards our upcoming map here, which will be inside of Kalahari. And well, we're in for another treat here, I gotta say.
It's going to be a treat, and also it's the first map for Kalahari today. So there's honestly, we cannot expect anything. We don't know how the players are going to play. We don't know how teams are going to sort of play play around Kalahari as well, because we saw on Bermuda as well as Purgatory, there was a lot of camping going on. Teams just sort of sitting, waiting to try and get some of those easy kills. Other teams actually playing for the late game. Even though there were a lot of times where they could have actually tried to get the shots in and potentially get a third-party kill, they decided, let's wait, don't reveal our position, and let's focus more on that late game.
Yeah, and not only that, hot drop seems to be quite a thing here, especially on the first go. Some of the teams are still not really all too familiarized with their opponents, or maybe they just really want that prime spot for themselves to start off the entirety of the game. Like what we saw inside of Brasilia or Central, that was something that was out of the ordinary when we saw, like, what, 4 teams down through southern side and the Fire Brigade flight coming in side of Purgatory. Don't seem to happen in each one of the games that we've seen in competitive, but they made it look as if, oh, this is just another classic run. We're in for the kills, and yep, with that, we're going to be getting ourselves ready for our Kalahari matchup coming on our way. So, well, it's time for us to actually get in towards the action. I believe the flight should be ready real soon.
Yeah, I do believe we're going to be jumping into it in just a moment. 2 minutes is what we're being told from production. So 2 minutes, folks, hang in there. We're going to jump into the game in just a moment. I kind of want to see where everyone decides to drop on Kalahari, because of course, we've had some teams decide to play along the outskirts of Bermuda as well as Purgatory, trying to get some of those they're trying to gatekeep the next safe zone from other teams and potentially getting free kills. But on Kalahari, it's a little tough to do that, because most people want to be in the center of the map, because in the center, you've got a lot of high ground to work with. And especially in Kalahari, if you're on the high ground, you are basically king of the hill.
Yeah, with that, we even saw like Purgatory scene with a lot of all these King of the Hill matchups coming in from the side of EVTH.
King of the Hills from, of course, you guessed it, King of Gamers. They love hills, I have to say that.
But they were always so close to that booyah, and they couldn't seem to be able to land those finishing touches out there. But hey, consistency is still going to be the key for them to be getting closer and closer to that championship title out there. But now, with Evos Esports ID really knocking on their doors with only 2 points of the difference, this is going to be the game-breaking moment out there for them. Well, can't really say game-breaking. It's more like a statement that will be coming in from these two teams. If we want to see.
We could see the leaderboard kind of go through a little bit of a mini earthquake. We've seen a couple teams make the rise on leaderboard. A couple of teams did fall as well due to, unfortunately, poor performances on Purgatory. But it's the state of free fire, right? You can have a team that is playing fantastic, but if you're the first team to get knocked out and you don't get any kills while going down, it's a huge way to cripple a top placing squad. But so far, I don't think I have seen King of Gamers ever put themselves in a position where they can get crippled early. So is someone going to figure out how to deal with King of Gamers?
I think eventually one of the teams out there will be seeking for blood, and early on...
you know who I think it'll be? I think it'll be RRQ. If there's a team, either RRQ or EXP, these two squads are so bloodthirsty.
Yeah,
so happy to engage.
I gotta say, it's very highly likely that EXP is gonna be the one out there, and
maybe
look at the kill ratio per game. It is something that don't really seem to be possible to be pulled out so consistently, but they've made it work. And not only that, top 2 finish in that past round. Now they're still securing themselves in that top 4 position at the very least. Things are looking really bright for the Thai side as well, and knowing KOG the best as well, since they've kind of played in so many tournaments against each other. So that might just be that formula to be able to cripple the likes of KOG.
I have a question for you, Contra. Are you ready?
What's that?
Are you ready for the game?
Oh,
what else
all right.
did I ask you for? Are you ready to dance? No.
Am I ready to see more booyahs?
Yes.
The answer is always going to be yes. So we are definitely going to be moving ourselves in towards Kalahari real soon. Not just about. There we go. Yeah,
Sorry, I suck at flying planes. I'm sorry.
Well, we just have to go in for some refueling, and I guess we can maybe find some oil over on towards refinery. That's gonna be the place that most of the teams will be looking to look out for. But teams that are
holy
looking.
smokes! Look at
Wait.
how many teams are dropping.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I kind of lost count out there, but overall, northeast side, that's going to be that flock of crowd that will be moving in towards those sort of the compounds out there. And, well, Evos could be one of the squads that will be right across the corner alongside with House of Blood and, once again, BTS.
Wow. Oh, Kai is the only player there from House of Blood. He's got to be really careful.
Yeah, and same goes towards the side of Abu. Close proximity, and now Geek Fam going in for another early engagement against the likes of TG. They have been hot dropped before, and this is not looking all too good for the Malaysian side, but for Evos ID. They seem to be holding most of the majority of Bayfront itself, so they are looking pretty much stacked up against those sort of odds that are being put against them at the very least.
Yeah, so it looks like so far no one has died as of yet, but already Kalahari looking a little crowded. I know it's it's a scary map, but I don't know if you want to be going for something as crazy as this. But looks like Abu are actually going to be taking fire on the side of House of Blood, who will be exposing themselves. Actually, Kai's going to be shooting on the other side, actually shooting for a team that is across the river. But Evos, they might be looking at a potential backstab from Burst the Sky.
Burst the Sky really is seeking for a way to climb back up on top. And they've definitely seen better days of gameplay.
They know Bear's there.
Oh,
The
what? Okay. You talk about the grappling, and there we go. They've already got themselves leveraged up and up close and push. It's going to be members from the side of Evos here that will be finding that opening shot out there, but they're getting surrounded by the rest of BTS. This is not looking all too good for Evos, and now with that sort of shot coming from the side of Bit, he might just be able to drop this off, and Sabe is the first one to fall. And now Burst the Sky finally leads in the kill leader part.
Third-party players, and then actually gets knocked down. House of Blood going to be joining into the fight as well. We could be looking at a field of blood as Burst the Sky. There's lots of three members. The only remaining member left, but he is stuck! He's stuck between a rock and the glue wall! He tries to jump over. He's going to have to be the savior for his team, but he's up against so many members of House of Blood. Oh, Bayu, this is going to be a monstrous play if he's able to somehow fend off House of Blood. He gets the drop off. We've actually got a very low member on the side of House of Blood actually hiding in the corner. And luckily for Evos, because House of Blood came in to take down Burst the Sky, Evos might come in to actually third party themselves.
And now it's only down to Bit for the side of Burst the Sky. They do get a couple of members on the side of House of Blood. It wasn't exactly the cleanest execution coming from the side of Hichobi. So there's quite a blood.
Oh my god! I think I might be having a heart attack. Being done. Oh my god.
That is not supposed to be legal, but after that long bout, the last laugh is still going to be in the hands of Evos Esports. Okay, for a moment, I can see the biggest fan of BTS was just shouting, cheering for the moment, and
No.
the moment was...
That was not what I was screaming about. I was screaming because Evos must be laughing their pants off because they were the ones that were actually under attack, and then all of a sudden, House of Blood is like, go, let's try and third party, and it just turns into a back end disaster. And Evos, I could just hear them cackling around the corner.
Yeah, honestly, House of Blood really could have actually done a whole lot more damage throughout, and I'm not too sure how exactly did they flop that moment out there. And Evos, all of a sudden, they found a way to turtle things through. They were sitting silently, letting both of these sides to take on each other, and after they were done, it's like, okay, seems like it's time for Street to be taking the final hit as well, and he's always going to be the final member out there to be performing such a stint.
Wow, what a start to Kalahari. Normally Kalahari for me is the slowest pace map right?
Yeah.
Everyone's just trying to loot. They're trying to make their way to the center. Oh, EVTH actually taking fire there from VGM. And it looks like, unfortunately for the Cruz, he's all alone. They did actually manage to fire back. I don't quite know if it's crazy that's dropped down. It does look like it is crazy on V Gaming, and someone's going to have to get the res off. I do believe there was someone to be... Oh! No one wasn't Crazy. Crazy gets taken down. I believe there was a grenade. Oh no, second member to go down onto V Gaming. No one is close enough to get the res off. He will bleed out, unfortunately, and Mako is hiding behind the crates, but look at EVTH. They are basically circling these crates like a group of sharks. But take a look at the background. There's EXP as well. We know EXP, when they hear gunfire, they come running.
Oh boy, now the duel comes into effect, and he's trying to protect himself as long as he can, but trying to breach all these walls, and eventually they will still get it underway.
Wow.
V Gaming 10th place, but man, you were saying that they look like sharks. I gotta say, they might just be piranhas, because they were so swift on the action, and they were just surrounding the likes of the side of the Vietnamese side. And another early crash out coming from V Gaming. A little bit disappointing after a really big booyah, but now look at RQ Hades. Very, very nice positioning for themselves.
Very reminiscent of how they played during the play-ins. They also played quite similar to this on all of their Kalahari maps, always utilizing the high ground in the center of the map, although we have seen a couple mistakes come out from RRQ Hades before, but we'll have to see if they can try and play cleanly in this round, because if they can, they do have a chance of making it to the top 3. The chance of making it to first place are slim unless they play the game of their lives, but there's always going to be the potential.
Yeah, and now with a pretty good start for the side of Geek Fam. They have opened up with 2 kills already. Danger Zone being really close by as well. Now, Evos going to be around the scene as well. This time, it seems like it's a slower start for the side of EXP to begin with, but we've had seen enough of that sort of action coming from the side of Evos, and oh boy, just to think about how they survived that sort of gruesome attack, it
House
really
of Blood
beats me.
saved them.
Yeah.
House of Blood honestly came in and saved Evos' day.
Yeah, like it felt like they were hired guns in that sense, and like when they were asking for the paycheck, the mafias really came in to just show who's the real boss out there, and yeah, they didn't receive that big fat paycheck they were looking for. In fact,
it almost felt like they came in a little bit too early.
Yeah.
As if like the fight between Burst the Sky and Evos, it wasn't done. They were just sort of having a little bit of a stalemate, but maybe House of Blood thought, oh, they're done. Let's try and come in and finish them off. But
yeah,
sometimes you have to make those plays. There's no clear indicator as to when you're supposed to go in. For Free Fire, a lot of the time it's intuition. You kind of have to guess what's happening on the other side of the map. So,
yeah.
I mean, you can't say their play was stupid or silly. It's in the moment they were thinking a certain thing, and sometimes you kind of have to work around what you're guessing.
Yeah, especially with when you're facing 2 teams, the possibilities are endless. Like, it's either you're going to be winning big, or you might just be taking the short end as a stake. And it was a phenomenal display of defense coming in from inside of Evos Esports Indonesia to be able to achieve such a really good victory by the end of that sort of scuffle that they had with the 2-mentioned team hailing from the side of Pakistan, as well as the likes of Thailand as well. Now, Heavy coming in from the far back, it's going to be a very long jog for them, as they will be bound to meet up with the rest of EVTH as well. So EVTH, they might have seen a little bit of movements across, and they are getting themselves prepared, but you're over in the command point here. It's going to be a really tough place for them to be able to get a clean sort of battle going out there, but they could still wait it out because they are already in the safe zone already. But Geek Fam, now they are challenging the King of Kings, RRQ Hades.
Ooh. This is going to be pretty interesting. Geek Fam going to try and contest for this high ground from RRQ Hades. Now, RRQ Hades, they are in a pretty favorable position themselves. I don't believe they saw Geek Fam coming, so they did take a little bit of free fire. Ha 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 ha, bad pun.
Okay, I take that though.
Dang it.
I take that anytime.
It didn't work, so. But this will be pretty interesting to see if Geek Fam's able to wrestle control of this tower away from RRQ. Although on the right side, we're actually having a little bit of a skirmish, I do believe, between 3 teams.
Oh yeah, and it seems like TG really want to get themselves a couple of all these kills, but it's gonna be Knights there that's being clipped out right under the noses of the side of King Gamers. One of the toughest opponents to be duking out with, but look at that hot rod of the big gold, glowing golden, but Osaka, oh boy, he crashes towards the wall, and Knights this time falls out flat yet again. Their chances looking dimmer and dimmer as they only got 3 more maps to be playing out, and they have been averaging on a 10th place to 9th place position. Things are not looking all too bright for the Chinese Taipei side, but there we go. A couple of all these sort of grappling hooks to be able to climb up all these sort of rocks, but Golden here is just waiting to spot out any sort of the threats coming up ahead, but RQ really setting up this stronghold all too well, and Evos is just trying to climb through the cracks, and how exactly will they cut across the bridge, especially having Geek Fam as well as RQ on board?
Looks like we did see a little bit of fire going in the way of King of Gamers, so this might be the one map where King of Gamers don't make it to top 3, because positioning-wise, they're going to have to contest with Geek Fam and RRQ for this. Now, they are making a very aggressive play by trying to wrestle control of the tower. Oh, they actually should get fires off onto Geek Fam. Damage is done. Osaka on the high ground, who's actually going to be lying flat on the crate, so there's no way that they're able to get any free shots off unless Osaka makes a mistake.
Wow, all the teams are actually taking territorial zones already as they get closer and closer. This is definitely the ending that we're looking for. That's right in towards the center of the map, and the rest of the teams are still making their way in. The 05 is going to be able to get one member off the side of EXP as well. While Osaka positions quite a number of damages, Jewel's already being popped out from the side of CG. Quick response coming in to defend his back, but Legalov still tapping it over, and Kevin now moving right across. King of Gamers really want to find, but oh! This is the angle that nobody actually suspects, but he's got to be really careful about this because he can be shot from multiple directions.
He does have someone watching behind him, so Kevin actually gets knocked down!
Oh.
There is no way that they're able to get a res off onto Kevin, so he might just have to sort of give himself up here. Geek Fam are right underneath him, so if he drops down, is this a bait? Are they going to try and use Kevin as bait onto Geek Fam? Geek Fam are under fire from King of Gamers, where he can try and come in and get this res off. They get a beautiful wall off to actually deny any high ground engagement, but no! Kevin is dead! Kevin!
Chansu, where did this shot come from? He did his best to try to res his teammate right there, but KOG now in deeper trouble ahead. Not only is Geek Fam pushing on the attack, there's also RRQ that has been setting their sights for the longest time, and they strike when the moment matters most. That's Galex. Really trying to hold on towards the containers and goes to the side of Geek Fam, and with that, with a little bit more pressure coming from the side of TG, there's not many places that they could possibly run, but RRQ, they're just dominating the entirety of the high ground. None of these teams can actually get up for the moment. And Geek Fam, they were forced to actually take shadow from the lower side. Same goes to the side of KOG as well. And eventually, teams have to slowly strafe towards the southeast side.
Oh, this is going to be insane. We have 8 teams remaining, and look at how small this safe is getting. A lot of teams are working with the vertical crates, but we've also got a little bit of action happening on the low ground. EVTH actually running into Heavy, and they managed to get a knockdown onto Kim Chong. We've got 3 here for EVTH, actually able to get a pincer onto 1. We still have Panda on the high ground. They can't quite get the grenades off. Unfortunately for Heavy, their positioning is just not giving them too many openings to potentially get any shots back themselves. Oh, Panda gets knocked down again.
Just using the crossbow in this sort of moment, this is going to be a really tough shot for him to be working out, but well, damage is going to be good. Pac-Man's going to be able to get one in the back as well. Now EVTH have to finish off what they started right here. They do get a knockover on the Panda, and oh, what a big nade dropping towards the side of Jonah as well. Now Kim getting ready to actually blow up the M1014 as he tries to make his way in, but Don, that's sniper out there, and this is looking very dicey. Anyone's on the high ground is going to be lapping their way to the back, especially RRQ, but EVTH, they try to finish this off, but look at the back, there's going to be EXP coming. Whoa!
God!
Oh, God! Oh, he just launched him straight in towards the air, and EV Thailand, they are down and out. They did not expect the attack coming from the back. Poon God.
Oh my god, I just saw him running in and I thought, no, this is not happening. All of a sudden, two-person drop down, actually getting another kill. Poon God is working magic on that low ground and he's all by himself as well. He's 1v1 in Shoyu. Up-is can't get an angle. Raina's actually dropped down and Pac-Man actually wants to try and finish him off. Geek Fam was not able to get that res off. So we have two members left on the side of Geek Fam. It's Shoyu and Up-is. They are now on the low ground as they have lost control of those top containers. A lot of members are actually moving towards the low ground because unfortunately it's not going to be
he's running
a
in!
safe zone. Up-is is down. There are so many people here.
My goodness, Appis is going for the kill. He does get 5, but it will be EXP down for the count already. Now, Bam from the side of Heavy. He tries to lurk his way through. Only very few HP left, but he tries to get right in. 1 HP, but it will be RRQ80s.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Connor, your MVP of the match, and you just see RRQ, King of Kings, exerting their dominance right throughout, and they were dropping in from the skies as well. Holy smokes, that was quite a match.
I need a breather.
Yeah.
We just had a break, but I feel like we need another one. Whoa, Kalahari. That was probably the most epic match we've seen today.
Absolute madness. Like, I'll tell you that. I just can't wait for the very final match because the final match of the evening is going to be Kalahari. And if it's going to be just as good or even better because we're going to be crowning out our champions right there. And I hope we see another refinery ending because that itself was fights from the top side all the way down towards the bottom. And, well, the prodigy of EXP, Poon God, came right in, shot out the M79 and just blasted off EV Thailand, and I thought that EV Thailand really stood a chance over the likes of Heavy for a moment, as they were already by the corners of the wall and there's not much covers. But man, this prodigy here really showed who's boss. But
yes, absolutely.
With RRQ flying up in the air, I didn't expect them to actually take this win.
Well, I'm not sure if I jinxed it. I said RRQ had to play the game of their lives, and we may have just seen it. So previously, before this match, they were sitting in 4th place. They had 38 points. If they wanted to get to 1st place, they needed to secure, I believe, 22 points minimum. And then King of Gamers would have to have a horrible game. And King of Gamers did not finish in the top 3 of this round. They got knocked out pretty early, and I don't think they had many kills to show for on Kalahari either. So we could be seeing a huge change on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I gotta say that this two-way horse race have been blown apart. I think we're going to be seeing 4 to 5 horses by the very end of the day to be finding their way towards the championship title itself. And with their really controlled style of play, RRQ Hades has been playing out. We saw it when they were playing around the Purgatory map where they were taking Brasilia. They're doing exactly the same thing, taking some of the prime spots, holding in each and every sort of corners, taking those high grounds, and now look at this.
So this is just the Game 3 standings.
Yeah.
Now, they needed only 22 points, 38 points. That is phenomenal.
Yeah, and really another dark horse that has been sliding in is from the Malaysian side, and Geek Fam. They also were inside of the refinery, but they were taking it slow and steadily, taking very preemptive measures to defend themselves first and foremost before going on the attack. They walk away with 7 kills in the back, which honestly was a really great run for the Malaysian squad. Now EXP Esports has been very consistent, so looking really good for them. TG coming up on their best performance so far on 4th, and Heavy with 70 points. although they didn't
Here we
really
go.
walk with that much kills, but EXP,
Are you kidding me?
they
No
are now
way.
right on top with that consistent performance, and well, you really gotta give it to Poon because he has been
was the MVP.
so good on this map.
Honestly, he made such a big MVP play for his team in those. I mean, they didn't get the booyah, fair enough. But for him to just sort of come in out of nowhere and say, "I'm just gonna grab these and then I'll leave." You
Yeah.
know, just give me these kills, and just those couple. Essentially, they're only leading over RRQ by 1 kill.
That's right.
Look at the points. So the fact that EXP were able to make such good play of their aggression to get as many kills as they could, that's all that you need when you're playing Free Fire. You need consistency, but also to have that one person make that play and to bring your team onto the leaderboard. And if you take a look at 3rd and 4th, we are tied. King of Gamers is tied with Evos.
Yeah, then if Geek Fam is going to be getting any sort of games within the next 3 matches, they might just be the 5th horse to be jumping into the fray. Same goes to the side of Total Gaming Esports. They're not down for the count yet, but V Gaming really went on the slump after that massive round inside of Bermuda. And the good news is that we're returning back to Bermuda in the next matchup here. So
Is it good
hopefully
news?
they could actually get themselves back on track.
That's a good question though. Is it good news to go back onto Bermuda? Because we've seen some teams
Tough
play,
to tell.
like some teams are probably going to favor certain maps, right? So
Exactly.
we've already seen some teams play fantastic on Bermuda. Some teams sort of fumble around on Bermuda, but then they get better in Purgatory, they get better in Kalahari. So going back onto Bermuda, are we going to follow that trend?
I definitely would say that this time, with most of the teams already knowing what to expect as compared to the initial drops where, you know, they were contesting townships and all that, they don't seem like they have the brightest idea. Now, possibly in the next Bermuda map, we'll see an even spread of different sort of plans being executed. So the results may vary, but now going back in towards the highlights, this was the feast of the century.
Absolutely. This was a very insane way to open up the series. So Burst the Sky crippled Evos, right? But even though they practically crippled Evos in the beginning of the game, somehow Evos was still able to maintain their position on the leaderboard, but also come in second. So imagine if Evos never engaged into Burst the Sky and House of Blood. Could we have seen a better game for Evos? Could Evos have potentially taken that first place?
Perhaps so, if they didn't really go in for this massive engagement, but then again, they did garner quite a number of points due to their tenacity in this sort of skirmish, and the finesse that was being displayed by the very end. Really spectacular stuff, and for BTS, at the very least, they did get, at the very end, 4 kills to be able to top it out with 8 pointers out there, but House of Blood slowly having some diminished hope right there, and well, yep. Speaking of which, that was
And
the
then he
very
goes
final
out this
blow.
door. Oops.
Yeah.
Yep.
Everything thrown out the door and the window.
Well, in that little ending, it's almost as if someone just came up to him. Good job. Good job.
Yeah.
That's it.
And look at this. This was the leap of faith coming in from most of the teams, and Optis really was the key player for Geek Fam. He stole in 7 kills before closing out, and Heavy got nowhere to run, and all of a sudden, that perfect spot for the side of RRQ with a final glue wall coming in from the side of Pac-Man to be able to clutch that corner right there. It has got to be it. Like, there was no better way for RRQ to be ending that match, especially when you were taking such a nosedive from the top.
Exactly. So RRQ, they are going to be sitting pretty on the leaderboard in second place with 76 points. They practically played out of their minds, and this was what they needed. They were, you could even argue, they were on the brink of not making top 3 at all.
Yeah,
But
no.
it all comes down to one spectacular play.
Yeah.
And that had to be today.
I definitely think that this match itself will be one of the legendary matches to be witnessed out there on those replays and highlights. And Well, definitely an interesting study on how RQ has been able to find that sort of formula so consistently, sticking towards their disciplines and finally getting rewarded for that. And Legalov, so far, one of the greater masterminds of the entirety of the tournament, has been able to keep the team very consistent, but it was O'Connor that emerged as the MVP for RQ Hades this time around.
So something that also kind of strikes me is that we're already 3 games into the series, right? The top 3 teams occupying the leaderboard all came in from the play-ins. So is this a sign that maybe the play-in teams are performing better than the grand finalists?
It's definitely a food for thought, as you can definitely say that they are looking much hungrier as compared to those who have secured the top spot. They felt like, hey, we're already kings of our respective region already, and like
maybe they underestimated the competition.
Perhaps so. And I guess they were kind of overwhelmed as well with the other team's performance, and there were times like even the likes of EVTH, the champions of Thailand, not really seeing all too much of the sort of the action going on their favor. Like they tried everything they can. Like they play safe, and there were games that they played ultra aggressive. They don't see that booyah by the end of the match.
And the scary thing now is that for anyone to really make a comeback to top 3, someone sitting in the top 3 spots right now has to play horribly for the next 3 games. There is absolutely no way, except the closest contender is Evos. That's actually the closest team to make it to top 3. Evos is the only one that is remotely close. Someone has to drop down and someone has to play out of their minds. But the question is who, because we've seen King of Gamers, they played 2 beautiful games. Then Kalahari, they kind of fumbled the ball, right?
Yeah.
Now we're going back onto 2 maps where King of Gamers is very favorable on. Is it going to be King of Gamers? I don't think King of Gamers is going to be a team that's going to be easy to knock down.
Yeah, I definitely think that there are still a powerhouse out there that will be able to play defensively if they really need to do so necessarily, just like how it was ID pulled out. And one more team that I would say that will be giving a run for the money that's not currently in the top 4 ratio is going to be Geek Fam. I know that they have been dropping out early for a past couple of matches, but there were 2 games that they really found themselves in towards the top 3 as well as the top 5 at the very least. So that gives them enough points in terms of the standings. And last game they walked away with 7 kills as well. So if they do get a booyah, they'll be the next one that has a potential to be able to match up with some of all these sort of the oddballs out there, which will really throw the final game wide open to that championship title.
I think for anyone to catch up, you've got to get 2 booyahs in a row now.
Yeah.
It has to be 2 booyahs. 2 booyahs, or you have to place first twice. Now, of course, our next map is going to be, once again, Bermuda. We're going back through the cycle. Now, we're just waiting for an update. It looks like 30 seconds until we're going to be going into the drop. Contra, are you ready for our Bermuda rematch?
Oh, yes, indeed. And this time, I'm pretty sure that teams are much more prepared. But then again, like, especially from how they have so little time to really plan the next move, it's really tough for them to really make something so drastic. But here we are. We're jumping straight in towards action. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going through game number 4 of the FFCS Asia Grand Finals.
All right, now we're going to be dropping in from the west side over to the eastern side. Now let's see where everyone does decide to drop on Bermuda.
Seems like we do have early drops coming in from the side
Oh,
of
that's
Evos.
a lot of drops.
Okay, yeah. But lucky enough, they'll be the ones that will be heading northwards, so they will be moving in towards either Graveyard or Bullseye, but they are also sending 2 members in towards Observatory, so it's 2-2 split, I do believe, coming from the side of Evos ID, while Heavy's going to be right below their belt, coming in towards Hangar. Catalyst was absolutely left empty, something of a surprise to me, but V Gaming, they're in for a bout here against the likes of Knights, but Knights, A fun fact, they have not secured a single kill throughout the past 3 games, so I'm not too sure how are they going to cope with this sort of pressure, because things are not looking all too great at the moment for the side of V Gaming.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty tough one for Knights. I will have to say V Gaming, they have kind of fallen from grace. They had a beautiful opening getting that first booyah. They played wonderfully. And then after that, they just sort of disappeared. They kind of got knocked out very early. They haven't been able to perform. So it makes you wonder, was that first game a little bit of a fluke, or have they been unlucky in the games following it? Because V Gaming, they look so good.
Yeah, like you can't really pull up Rick Astley right there being a one-hit wonder and just, leave us hanging like that. Like, they really got to find ways to be able to just draw themselves at least to hold up in towards a top 7 scenario, because they've been falling flat on 12th, 10th, and for a team that has been able to secure a booyah as compared to the rest of the teams that have been able to do so, they're the only ones that have been crashing out relatively early. And now that they have the Tigers on the prowl as well, and oh man, this might not be good news for the Vietnamese side.
Yeah, it might not be too good if V Gaming do get spotted out here. As we saw from the top-down view, it looks like V Gaming, they really want to focus on looting. So they have separated, but now Knights are going to jump right on top of V Gaming. The question is, can they hear them?
Oh boy, this is quite an invasion coming in. Well, next level tactics coming from the Chinese Taipei side. And oh my goodness! V Gaming now does get 1 kill off, and that another sort of review, but this blue one's really doing a whole lot of dirty tricks upon him. Oh, over on those angles, he's trying to reposition, but that club, he should have taken the fight head on at the very least, but that's all that he could do. A 1-for-1 exchange, and V Gaming eventually loses 2.
Actually 2 for 1. Oh man, I think we may have just crippled V Gaming here, where we're talking about how they sort of fallen from grace. Looks like we're going to be jumping into another fight here. Geek Fam versus TG.
And Geek Fam coming in with some long-range action here, but oh boy, 2 members down. Apis is on the run. He's trying to get himself in towards safety inside the warehouse, and TG finally pops off.
2 HP on Golden. He almost went down. Oh, but luckily for TG, they do maintain their entire roster. The game has just started, and it seems like this Bermuda map is going to be much more active than our first round, where we saw a lot of teams just having a bit of a truce, saying, we want to focus on looting, we'll leave you alone if you don't touch us either. But now it looks like Evos are wanting to contend for this building, and this might not look too good for Knights. They do have the advantage on the low ground if anyone decides to come down from Evos, but is it going to be enough? Oh, Tong! Going to be in the sights there of Sami. Unfortunately, not able to get the drop down there, so they will be revealing Sami's position. Knights, how do they get themselves out of this tricky situation?
Seems like they will be able to receive a lot of information from Sami's effort at the very least, and then this 5 is going to be finding ways to rotate across the corner, and Sami gets caught out. This is not good news, but Tom, he's in for a surprise, and Mr. 5, he's popping off, and out of nowhere, members of the side of Team Knights are slowly butchered out, and well, Tom, only very little health left, and now 12th place finish. They did get quite a number of kills from the previous battle that they have already secured, but it's still not going to be enough to push them over in the standings, and now another fight erupts in the form of EV Thailand as well as TG.
Oh, TG. Looks like they've actually lost a member already, so it's going to be 3 versus 4, and EV Thailand, these guys are not afraid to go for those close quarter fights if they really need to, and of course with the numbers disadvantage this early on, this might just be crippling for TG. They might even have to just sort of sacrifice 2 of their members to be able to get out, but what's the play here for TG? They're standing their ground. They are not going to just die so easily.
Yeah, and with that, the crew seems like he will be able to just pincer on the side of a member of TG, and instead of committing into the action, he's looking to reposition, get himself into safety. Oh, he's spots on Golden! What a tap! Wow! A quick scope coming in from the crews, and that couldn't be any better in any form of way, but wow.
Well,
such
TG.
Reaction.
They do manage to get away with 2 players, it seems, so they're going to have to sacrifice their poor member. So 2 players surviving. EV Thailand, though, they will get 2 kills under their belt, as it looks like on the other side, Purgatory actually manages to get the drop. Oh my goodness. Hang on. What's happening on the other side of the map? V Gaming?
Okay.
Whoa.
We have a situation here. Interesting enough, it's going to be a Legolas that will be able to actually secure that. I believe that they were trying to zipline their way across. Well, of course, it's the Firefox that you could possibly utilize, but RQ have already set up shop, and that will be a freebie for them. Now, Pac-Man tries to go in for a little bit of a swimming lesson for now, but for House of Blood, they will be able to actually take the entirety of the factory, and for the likes of Geek Fam, they have to play it safely. Apis is so now all alone.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough game for Geek Fam. They'll have to focus on placement points rather than those kill points, but being alone, there's so many things that can go wrong when you're being alone. If you have team members, you can have players watching all sides as you're running across the map. You're going to have constant vision. You have that backup, and if you get knocked, of course, you can get the res, but yeah, if you're going solo, you're going to have to play really quietly. This is the one time you kind of hope that you had that invisibility cloak from Harry Potter.
Oh,
just whip that out, Wait until the final cycle.
Can you imagine?
It's me! Actually,
one day, if that happens, like maybe there might be a crossover happening one day with,
what would
Harry
be
Potter.
I was going to say, if we had a Harry Potter crossover somehow, all the guns turned into wands, and we had all these other little Harry Potter mechanics, it'd be pretty interesting. I mean, I don't know what you call this. It might be called, the minigame could be called Free Magic or something. I don't know.
Well, if you can get to play as a character of the movies itself, definitely it will be very interesting.
There'll be many Harry Potters on the map. Actually, no, I think there'll be more Hermiones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta be a mastermind tactician when it comes down to Free Fire, so having a Hermione, that'd be interesting. I was gonna ask which kind of house would you be at, but it seems like House of Blood's got their own plans right there. Cool Gaming, 10th place finish as Heavy landed that very final shot, and they were already way too scarce on all these resources, and that's the final member lurking, and it seems like they have already spotted out a member from the side of Geek Fam, chased him right in towards the clock tower, but he's already running for his life, and
Geek Fam looks like they do have someone nearby, so if they can somehow group up, they might be able to 2-man this.
Yeah, perhaps so, and House of Blood, they're just like hounds chasing in all over the place. Interesting way to actually scale up towards the top side, but they will miss the opportunity as Geek Fam has already sprinted off already. Now, still 2 kills on the side of EV Thailand, and still a lot of play areas to work with. It's just a couple of minutes of play that has been coming in for the players, but Heavy, I think that you're getting absolutely zoned out by the side of EV Thailand.
I don't think EV Thailand actually knew Heavy was on that high ground, so looks like we're going to be seeing some shots sprayed out, and it looks like Heavy are going to be taking the brunt of the damage there. Poor Barn actually almost dropping down to 0. He looks like he's found some cover. He should be healing up in just a moment, but neither team really having a good angle to get an easy knock. It just seems like so far a little bit of chip damage here and there.
Yeah, Panda's gonna be running across the hill, trying to look for an alternative way to just escape the wrath of the side of EV Thailand, but EV Thailand wants to commit towards this action right here. A little bit of damage being done, but not too substantial for the likes of Heavy, as they will be able to recuperate, pop themselves a couple of all these mets before they commit towards the action. Kim Chan just by the corners of the top of the chimney, but that's definitely no Santa giving you a gift. It's a little bit way too early for Christmas, but if they could definitely get an ace towards the side of EV Thailand, that is pretty much equivalent to a Thanksgiving of sorts in a certain way. But
Panda!
Oh, Panda! Oh, boy.
Not able to get a really good angle, just gets shot down, and no one can actually reach Panda safely. So they're just going to have to leave him for now, and EVTH actually going to head into the building to try and finish off the rest of Heavy. Now, of course, there is one member on the outside, but having someone outside doesn't really help if you're fighting inside the building.
Oh boy. seems like they're getting more and more depleted. They've already lost one man throughout, and with Bond getting ready for that sort of be push, they are looking to move up towards the top floor, but with all these sort of shotguns at the ready, this is going to be a tough feat, and both teams, they might just be clipped up by the outskirts of the zone, and EVTH, they got to force the issue right now. The Cruise is going to be looking to reposition, and now BTS will commit towards the side of KOG.
Oh, this is actually going to be a really scary team fight. We've got two fights happening at the same time. Both the Sky, they do still have two members alive, but they have lost Condemn. And this is against King of Gamers. Oh, Shin, 6 HP, just survives. They're actually going to run right into BTS. They know that they have the numbers advantage, and that's going to be it. Burst the Sky is going to be watching from the sky.
Yeah, and look at that teamwork coming in from the side of King of Gamer.
No
one kill for peace, and it felt like they really had them all cornered up from that close quarter combat, and even in the thick of things, they are looking so coordinated. I gotta say, that is amazing coming in from the team, but EXP Esports breaks down the UAV, and that will just deplete a little bit of info from the teams that are close by, but not too much of an issue at the very least. But over the side of EVTH, I really do wonder, has the fight concluded just about yet?
Well, I wouldn't say it's concluded. I think we're going to be seeing a part 2 here, as we're seeing House of Blood potentially running into EVTH. Now, the question is, who sees who first? And I'm inclined to say that House of Blood are the ones that are in position to retaliate if EVTH do decide to try and push the issue.
They've already chased Geek Fam out of the clock tower, and now it's EVTH that needs to move across, because this is not going to be the play area for them to work with anyways. So maybe with a big wraparound, it's going to be House of Blood that might just be taking the short end of the stick again if they do not leave the vicinity real soon, because there's not going to be all too much time for them to work with, and Heavy's taking the other long side over on towards the current point that we are seeing from that angle. And EV Thailand already walk away with 3 pointers in the back. Well, a vehicle will definitely be useful in this scenario, but none is currently in sight. But now, RRQ tracing right in. It's King of Gamers right there, who have just come out hot with that 4 kill in the back. And with that, Burst the Sky is, of course, just looking to be running out of gas already after losing that battle. But now, looking at some of the scores out there, KOG still taking the lead.
Taking the lead, they've got 4 members alive. Oh, EVTH. Oh no, the Cruz has been knocked down. And finally, it seems like these two squads are going to be going in for this engagement. 2 are down for EV Thailand. Triple kill onto House of Blood. Looks like Caramel on the other side actually managing to get a kill onto House of Blood. Where did EXP come from?
Oh, whoa, my goodness. I wasn't too sure where did that shot came from. Oh, there we go. Caramel from the sniper tower. Whoa. He really eagle-eyed that one as well. Mr. 05. Seems to be that he will be able to get 1 kill off the side of Geek Fam, and that leaves only 1 more member remaining for the Malaysian side. Great. Now, KOG dropping those nades. This much just look good!
Oh, like a love! Like
what?
Oh, O'Connor is in such a tricky position. And even Chansu actually gets dropped as well from King of Gamers. They are just colliding into RRQ, and it might just be it for RRQ here. Potentially be eliminated by King of Gamers, and that is it. RRQ now going to be the 7th place team. Oh, King of Gamers. These guys are terrifying on Bermuda.
They're going at each other blow for blow, and, you know, in Indonesia, RRQ is known as King of Kings, but now you got the King of Gamers really putting up that challenge for that throne, and this is definitely going to be that big slap on the face on the side of RRQ. Say, yeah, you got that legendary win inside of Kalahari. I could possibly do better if I could just close this round inside Bermuda, and, well, they just wiped away 2 squads into the form of Burst the Sky, and I don't know what to say. That itself, it could have actually come a little bit closer, but that nade as an opening coming from KOG, absolutely insane.
We might be seeing some more plays coming in soon, as it seems that the safe zone is starting to get very small now. 16 remaining, 16 players alive, and I don't think they can quite get him some cargo, so Heavy's going to have to leave his teammate behind. Instead, he's going to try and reposition himself, maybe to try and... Oh, goodness. Oh, I'm not sure if he really wants to be in this position. There are too many people around him. Ah, Barn. I think he might regret his decision now. Oh, almost getting shot down there from Evos, and I do believe he will go down. EXP Caramel, though, did also get knocked down, but if you see on the other side, House of Blood getting picked off there by Street, I believe, and House of Blood now eliminated, as now it's just poor Barn stuck between two teams. Pincered in between EXP and Evos, but of course remember on the right side we do have King of Gamers staying very quiet and not trying to show their position. Oh, Kevin, looks like Kevin's been exposed and he is actually going to be fighting with Pook God. Very scary situation to be in.
Yeah, and now a couple of nades already being popped right in. That's going to be an easy peasy kill on towards Heavy, but it's going to be KOG that actually snipped that one out, and he picks it up from the top with the third-party action coming right in. Now, he's going to be bringing out the grenade launches as well. KOG up close and personal. Remember this, EXP is the one on the top of the charts right now, and KOG has already got enough kills to be able to topple that. Quadra kill! Wait! Where did that come from? DLX! Osaka! These guys are absolutely on fire. 14 kills already in the bag. Osaka now trying to actually take out Punga. Punga already soaking way too much damage from the outskirts here. And it's going to be a couple more glue walls to be coming right in. 7 more alive, and it seems like they are absolutely depleted. EXP got nowhere to run or even hide just behind that corner of the tree. Now, KOG on an absolute dominant performance. Evos Esports is already down for the count.
Do they know that there are 2 EXP people right on top of Osaka? I do believe Osaka knows. Oh, grenade! Oh, it doesn't bounce in! He's got one in. Oh, it's got the flash off, but does that really matter? Pook God is back up. It's actually going to be 2 King of Gamers versus 3 EXP. Can EXP do it? Dropping onto the low ground. It's Hoysum. We know this man. He loves to fight up close and personal. JXL goes down. Whoa. It's all up to Osaka. They get the drop. It's going to be EXP. Yes! Whoa. It's EXP winning that 1v1. Up against King of Gamers.
We saw that insane 360 flip coming in from Osaka, but it was still not enough. And EXP, they were on top of the charts, and now with this big booyah, this is going to skyrocket them high above. But remember this, KOG, they got more than 15 kills right here. But in the final fight, I believe that was a couple of knocks out there that wasn't a really secured kill coming from inside Osaka, so I really want to see the point differentials just for this round itself.
This will also solidify the leaderboard, I do believe, because once you get enough points, you are safe. I don't think there's any way that you're going to be able to knock down some of these Titans. Now, we know for a fact the King of Gamers, they are one of the top 3 players, one of the top 3 teams on the leaderboard, and the same goes for EXP. So the question is, how high are they going to go after this match? And how big is that gap going to eventually be? Because from what we're looking at, it might end up being a fight between EXP and King of Gamers for that first place.
Yeah, and no matter which team actually gets that top prize, it seems like the Thai flag is looking closer to the top. And with them potentially coming in either first or second place at the end of this matchup, it goes to show that the quality that was being offered from the Thai side has been pretty much the best quality that we've seen so far.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. Now, point differentials. This is going to be a very interesting one because, of course, we do want to see the point standings for Game 4. In our previous matchup, EXP was sitting on 78 points. Now, for King of Gamers to pass EXP, it's a tiny gap. It's 4 points. Now, King of Gamers, they did get a lot of points in that previous round. They didn't get the booyah. They got second. But did they get enough kills to surpass EXP and potentially reclaim the first spot?
I believe that EXP do get quite a number of kills as well, but I don't think it's as much as King of Gamers, as much as we see in the kill feed itself, although they are known to be extremely explosive from the get-go. This time, they played a lot safer as compared to the past 3 matches instead. And game number 4, they understood their game plan. They just need to be very, very close to that. At least secure a top 3 position, look for that late game fight instead of heavily committing in towards those early game, which we saw didn't really result all too well for some of the teams that have been getting those gunfire out there. And now that the stakes are so high, the tension is definitely going up through their necks already, and here we are.
Oh my goodness.
What?
Huge point discrepancy.
I think this is one of the biggest point differentials coming in, with King of Gamers setting a record high of 47 points in one match.
So if I'm mathing this correctly, King of Gamers will definitely take that first spot away from EXP. Now, EXP, I think they have guaranteed themselves that second spot. So third is the question. Who's going to keep that third spot?
He was looking pretty good as well, and it seems to be them actually going there. And King of Gamers Club now 121 points at the top of the table, looking absolutely sublime. EXP Esports, they do have one of the higher kill ratios out there, and it seems to be that this scoreline is still within reach for the likes of Evos Esports as well, but they still need that really big booyah, like we mentioned early on. RQ Hades now sliding a little bit backwards, while Total Gaming Esports now marching right in as well. But the point differentials between the top 4 all the way to 5 is being set into place already, as teams really have to find a way to break in towards that 3-digit mark at the very least to be able to hold their ground. But oh boy, we see massive shift in the leaderboards here. Donnelly.
We are seeing a huge shift in the Prodigy. He has made it. He is the #1 kill leader on the leaderboard. 13 kills. He has done a phenomenal job in that last round. We do have to say, Osaka, he's also still done a fantastic job for his team. Sure, he might be 3 kills behind Poongod, but his damage output is really saying something.
Yeah, and this kid is definitely going places. I can't even call him a kid. It is...
No, he's a man.
He's more than just a man at this point. He's a legend. Like this boy really goes to places, and I'm really glad that he has been spotted out by EXP Esports, and they are so close to be able to actually snatch things away. And with this really big booyah, it's really saying something. And starting off, Evos starting with a really massive fight where they really went to challenge 2 teams in particular, with some of all these movements coming in from the side of Knights, which honestly, Knights have a really great idea. They just skyrocket the way in towards the compounds of Evos, but they paid the price. The entirety of the squad has fallen, and KOG, this is where they start their onslaught here against the likes of BTS.
Yeah, Best of Sky probably didn't realize they were fighting King of Gamers, and we all know what happens when you jump into King of Gamers. That's a team that really knows how to execute these close hand skirmishes. The way that they fight up close and personal, it's art. It's beautiful. It doesn't feel messy. It's coordinated. They know what they're doing. They have a plan. Whereas Birth to Sky, they were just in complete disarray. They didn't know who to go for first because the positioning for King Gamers was just on top.
Yeah, and when it comes down to close quarter combats, is no denying that Osaka is one of the best players out there to be able to set in those clutches, and they make it swift. But over on towards this quarter here, where it was down to a 2 versus 3 with the rest of them on top of that sniper tower, he was blinded off at first, and JLX was actually thinking whether should he pull off that throw the grenade launcher right onto its top, and this is where things get absolutely rowdy. It was so close, down to that 1 versus 1 here. Osaka, that 360 flick was definitely something to look out for, and from the top, they did get those angles in, and by the very end, that was a big booyah going over on the side of EXP for them to just chase in and really give the run for the money against the likes of King of Gamers Club.
So as of now, the leaderboard, we are looking at a very close race between King of Gamers and EXP, and now comes down to their last 2 matches. Could we potentially see a third team come in to take that first and second spot? The chances are it's likely, but the odds are so low.
Yeah, and for now, I'm just looking at the 3-way horse race, and maybe it might just be Evos that still has a little bit of a chance out here. Now, do not confuse Pungat for Pungat, both having similar names, possibly siblings if I'm not mistaken. Well, 9 kills in that game, number 4, and this damage output is definitely putting a statement out there, but I really want to look at the stats of damage coming in from the side of KOG out of that really massive 15k.
Yeah, I actually want to see how much damage that they've done, right? Because of course, the damage that they add is also damage for potential knocks they didn't get the full kills on, right? So, King of Gamers, they are looking really scary. They are also looking to take that first place, but can they maintain that first place? Because we have seen them drop down a little bit. Of course, we're going to give the players a little bit of a break, as I know you, the viewers, need a break as well. So make sure to go to the toilet now, grab your snacks, your drinks, because when you come back, don't go anywhere. We're going to jump into our final two games of the grand finals in just a moment. But until then, we'll see you after this break.
Through the fire of deception, through the pain of every lesson, I am bold and I am strong, there is no question. Never knew where I was heading, till I found real understanding. There is purpose for my life, it's time for action. When it all comes down, I will hold my ground. I'm standing tall. I was made for
Fire Continental Series Asia Edition. We are jumping into our final 2 games of the day. Purgatory and Kalahari are not only awaiting us, but also awaiting our top contenders. And so far the leaderboard, it's looking to favor King of Gamers, but of course EXP are hot on their heels.
Yeah, they're going to be pretty close by. It's less than 20 points if you ask me. So looking at the consistency of the results, EXP has been able to garner at the very least 30 over points per game. So that's definitely an astounding feat at the tick of things, where we saw so many teams rise and fall through the charts, and they are the ones that have been able to climb their way out. And although the kill numbers might just be favoring the side of King of Gamers in the past game, they have been able to level the playing field at the very least. And not forgetting the Tigers of Indonesia, Evos Esports has been out and about to be able to start things off on a high note, getting those initial pickoffs after pickoffs. And I'm just really amazed at this team on how they play so well on their defense and well balanced on their offense as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors to take into consideration for these teams. I'm still wondering, could we maybe see a potential underdog make it through? And I feel like the only chance that could happen is if a team comes out and just explodes for those final 2 games. Somehow secure 40 points for those 2 games, basically hog the kills from everyone else, take all the points. Could we maybe see a team jump in from these final 2 games? There's always a chance that we could see that happen.
Yeah, and for RQ Hades, they got shut down by KOG much early on. I think they were fencing their chances to be able to put in the chase. And also another team that we might have actually noticing for a little moment is Totality Gaming, that they have been able to get themselves in towards the top 5. But still, now that there's going to be a little bit of a distance being created by the top scorers out there, King of Gamers Club, it's still going to be a little bit of a tall order for some of the teams to be able to catch up within 2 matches. But, you know, with 2 explosive games, like you mentioned earlier, it's still a possibility if and only if the top dogs of the tournament goes out early. And with that, I believe that we're going to be going in towards our penultimate round, and we'll be moving in towards Purgatory.
Well, hello, Purgatory. It's good to see you again. Now, in a previous Purgatory match, we did see the game become quite slow. Not many teams were fishing for too many kills. It was more of a snail's race to reach the finish line. Now, the question is, are we going to see the same thing happen again? Because it almost feels with every passing game, we're starting to see more aggression. Teams are getting more comfortable trying to make some of those plays happen.
Seems like a deja vu. Like, we are already seeing most of the teams coming in towards Central as well as Fire Brigade once again. And
What's happening down there? Is that a party?
Yep. Very big cluster of a party.
Oh my god.
Wait a minute.
Oh
How
my god.
many teams are there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 teams. Half the server is in the southern island. Are you kidding me? Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure my eyes are not fooling me at the moment, but it's a rematch coming in from the side of BTS as well as House of Blood, and, well, big opening, and that will be a frag to be able to drop one member down from the side of House of Blood. Now, a little bit of advantage given over the side of BTS. They're going in for the far flanks as well. Red going in for the shot coming from the back, and he will not be able to drop them down on their knees just about yet. Now, Ultimate, he's got a little bit of SKS going on, and there we go. A couple more taps coming from Carabel off screen, and they find Evos as well. Big pickup from the other corner, but it will still be a helter-skelter bout here coming in from the side of BTS, but they are the one with the advantage here, already having 2 kills in the back. Kai running for his life, but there's no escaping. Bit right here, putting him to sleep.
Now there's still one more person left on the side of House of Blood. Can he get away? He's still running. Is his running shoes working? He's tried his best, but House of Blood going to be the first team to be eliminated as Burst the Sky, at the cost of Condemn, they were able to at least secure themselves 4 kills, but that's going to be a painful way to sort of drop out of the series so soon.
Yeah, and I guess like they really paid off what they have definitely had previously, and here comes EVTH going closely against the likes of Knights, and unfortunately for Knights, they are already suffering a little bit of a blow coming in towards the side of Gaga, and there we go, opening things up with Golden chipping in some damage as well. Jonah goes right across, and this will be a full push coming in from the Thai side, but TG is hunting out in the open with a depleted side of BTS. Now, 2 members remain, and now full flush coming through, and over on towards the kill feed, we see EVTH clears off Knights, and, well, you gotta say goodbye to the Chinese Taipei side.
Yep, and Burst the Sky, they have lost 2 players. Bayo was left to bleed out, and Shin, he's the only one here. Ultimate is quite a ways away, trying to smite from quite a distance, and it seems so far Shin, he's able to maneuver around TG. Can he continue with the play? No, he can't. He will get shut down. So it's now an Ultimate who's almost able to get the drop off onto Golden. So quite a price to pay for TG. They do manage to secure 2 kills off of Burst the Sky, but I think for now, Ultimate's just going to have to say, I hope I can get out of here, because 6 kills is a pretty great way to start the day.
Yeah, although they did get a 6-kill lead in their favor, it seems like their hopes of getting higher ranks will be slightly dimmed out. But hey, we've seen some great plays happen even in terms of duo or solo, so there's still going to be a little bit of a sort of a saving grace for them at the very least. Now, over on the side of Geek Fam, they were actually having a good steady first half of the entirety of the competition, but with that last round really not getting all too much points out of that, they have already lost a little bit of that sort of lead that they've set for themselves. Same goes to the side of V Gaming, who definitely had seen better action back in towards the play-ins, and also during this stage itself, opening up with that massive booyah, but now they're just trying to find their winning ways once again. As for RQ Hades though, last game, absolutely costly. The game that they shouldn't have dropped.
Yeah, we'll have to see if RRQ can make a comeback. We have seen them literally explode when they need to. So is this going to be the game where RRQ decide we are going to go Super Saiyan? Is this the game where they decide to just go off?
Perhaps so, especially if that sort of zone, if it moves towards anywhere close to its Brasilia, they will definitely have a little bit of that advantage. And we saw those sort of setups where they really take one compound for each of their members, but KOG, let's just call this the KOG hill for now, because they are always in the same spot, right across the corners of Moat House. And
I think they might need to rename to King of the Hill, because
Yeah.
it just seems to be the game that they're playing most of the time.
Absolutely. Now, Osaka, though, he might just be able to spot out another member of Evos ID over on towards their backs, but the Tigers are currently in their natural habitat, just between those sort of the forestry and a piece. He might just be able to get a setup over onto the side of V Gaming and bring up close personal, and this might just be the cue to call to be able to just perhaps get a couple of pointers off of the Vietnamese side.
Yeah. Geek is spread out, so oh, Crazy already getting dropped. He does have Mako nearby, so at least they'll be able to get that res off. But now Geek Fam, they have exposed their positioning, and V Gaming, they are well aware that they are going to be under siege. Their cover isn't that fantastic on this hill, unfortunately. Of course, they do have the advantage being on the hill, but they don't have amazing cover to hide behind.
Yeah, I was really surprised that they were actually flanked from the open areas of the trains. As Geek Fam, they have been able to actually get a little bit of a hold of a side as well. But nothing too much of a threat that will be able to send too much of a danger towards the side of V Gaming. They do get themselves back on track, fully healed up, and perhaps now they are much more ready to take on the side of Geek Fam. And well, it seems like there might just be a danger zone coming into the way, but not just about yet. The rest of Geek Fam, though, they are quite far apart as compared to Apiz, who has moved his way all towards the corners where V Gaming is currently at.
Yeah, Arpy's, this man has balls of steel, I'm going to say that. He's practically alone. But he is forcing out resources on the side of V Gaming, and we've seen a couple of grenades come out from V Gaming, none of them connecting, and even if they did connect, it only would have been onto one member on Geek Fam, so I wonder if maybe their play was to just sort of scare them a little bit before leaving, because Geek Fam, they say, right, we've figured out that we can't quite get a good angle to take out whoever is here, so we'll just move.
Yeah, and for Geek Fam, they're still looking to solidify their spot. At the very least, you can walk away with a few $100 or $1,000 richer.
Every place matters.
Yeah, every single placement so crucial to all these players who are currently in the FFCS Asia.
Why are we whispering?
Yeah. Doing a little bit of ASMR after a lot of long runs of shouting, I guess.
I thought we were going to be doing this sort of a documentary style. And wild Osaka is in his natural habitat on the hill.
Yeah, just by the corner of the rivers as well as the trees as well. But Rambo, though, really rushing his way in. And I guess they're going to be moving in towards the campsite via convoy being set up by the side of Thailand. But the last time that we saw them play in Purgatory, they really crashed and burned by doing the same sort of way. And this time, they are docking by the corners where they're going to be taking the left side of the flank against V Gaming. So I'm not too sure whether if V Gaming would eventually give up that spot, but the answer is going to be no for the moment.
I have to say, it's quite bizarre that we didn't see as much action as we did on that southern island. I was expecting more teams to get eliminated down there.
Here we go.
Oh, V Gaming. Uh-oh.
It's looking pretty bad for the side of V Gaming. They don't seem to be all too prepared for this. And EVTH, they do get one, but Crazy will be able to shut down two members from the get-go. And with that, EV Thailand, they might just be able to close up shop. There's going to be a grenade being popped right across the corner. But they've already got themselves swift into action. And your new kill leaders from Thailand, EV, just sets in for that triple kill. And, well, that's going to be the 8th one on the bag for EV Thailand.
That was a drive-by affair for Seoul, and they just sort of came in with their two vehicles, got a couple kills in, just be like, all right, good job, guys, get back in the car, let's go again. But seriously, they got to be so happy with those kills. V Gaming, it happened all too quickly. You could tell that they just weren't prepared to be rushed like that.
Yeah, that was something that I kind of see a potential threat that was being set for the side of V Gaming, because early on we saw Geek Fam was on the right side of the flanks, and now that Evos kind of have a hunch that there's going to be a team up on towards those hills, it is a great spot for you to camp up and go for those long-range pickoffs. But from the backs, there's absolutely no cover, and EVTH, they absolutely abused that.
We're going to be taking a look at EXP Esports' perspective. They're pretty spread out, so they do seem to be trying to catch any stragglers that are trying to come into that new safe zone, but no one sort of made themselves known to EXP, so no kills as of yet for our second team on the leaderboard, but we might be seeing a little bit of action soon as everyone's just trying to scout around the edges, looking for stragglers, but no one's having any luck.
Yeah, for the moment, many teams are playing a little bit passively, if you really want to count EVTH out of that, because they've already fragged out two teams from the start, and now
hang on,
hunting out for the side of EXP. I'm not sure if this is the team that you're looking for, but they've already got themselves in position. Now, Hoisang all alone, and Pungat is over on the other corner as well. EVTH lining it up, and Geek Fam's going to be across the corner as well. A couple of all these grenades as well as Molotovs have already been popped out, and Oh, the vehicle's already smoking up. Here comes Rambo. He's trying to charge right in. And there's going to be crates as well as blue walls being popped up here. But Jonah tries to actually break the walls out. And this is not looking all too good for the side of EXP. But the cavalry might have just arrived in time. EXP, they are still defending this one really solidly. But Nate's coming right in towards the bottom. It will be a little bit of a scope right in towards the corners out there. Rambo only took 10 damage in total, and still they will be able to open things up. More glue walls coming over from the side of Boongat. They get a double layer at the very least for him to run across, but he will not be saved at all. Boongat already down for the count. EXP caught by surprise.
It's going to be a really tough one for EXP to try and bum rush into EVTH here, as unfortunately being in that watchtower, it's going to be hard to aim them down. And poor EXP, they actually looked like they were going to be able to knock out some of these EVTH players. They did a fantastic job delaying, but at the end of the day, delaying doesn't mean anything in Free Fire. You have to get a knock or a kill to make any difference in these fights. And it looks like, oh, we've had a bit of a knock there on Evos, but luckily we did have the res. I'm assuming King of Gamers got the drop there.
Yeah, King of Gamers definitely want to take them out of the competition if they can actually shut them down, especially in this early stage of the game. They're not too worried about what happens in the very final match itself. Trying to actually burn out the vehicle, and here comes that rate of bullets straight over around the corner, and that will be another member out for the side of Evos. Now they're trying to actually sprint off, but there's no escaping from this. They're already marching right in. TLX now with the glue walls. It's gonna be Cav that comes in for KOG as Mr. 05 will be shut off, and Evos Esports ID crashes out KOG, making it look like a walk in the park.
Starting to ramp up as well. 3 kills for King of Gamers, so they are starting to rack up those points. Of course, they are going to be focusing on trying to get that booyah, as it seems that title seems to have eluded them every game up until this point.
Oh, and here we go. Another team fight going on. Heavy is going to commit to this one.
Oh, beautiful grenade landing onto Osaka, and he's also very much alone, so they're going to be trying to get another grenade in. That one unfortunately goes onto the wrong side of the glue wall, but they will take out a crucial member of King of Gamers. The main sniper eliminated, and this might cripple King of Gamers' late game potential.
Oh boy, they just volleyed that nade all the way across, and now this is looking pretty good for the side of Heavy, not gonna lie. I love all these walls being taken out already. KOG, those seem like they have too much cover, and both of these teams can't really hang on for too long here because the next zone is a little bit further off, and TG now heard all those gunshots. He's gonna be tanking it for a little bit, but I don't think he has much health, and oh, he just vanished.
We got a drop there onto King of Gamers. I can't quite tell who it is. I believe Getboo is the one that's still standing. They do get the res off. Oh, but this is a very scary moment for King of Gamers. They're in a very exposed place. There's really nowhere to hide on the road like this.
Yeah, they gotta make themselves cutting across the fields, and RRQ now. They have to really find angles to be able to actually take them down. Legolov's already in charge, and almost taking out Rambo out there. He's only got 30 HP left on towards the corner, and he's trying to hang on to that really threat. And Jonah already relocating themselves. They know that if they were to spend a lot more time here, they will be gatekept by the other teams out there, and Geek Fam seems to be poised to be able to clear things out.
Oh man, EXP bum rushing into EVTH. I think that might just be it for EVTH. They're actually being jumped on by EXP, of course. There is, I believe it was Geek Fam hiding in the building. Heavy though on the outskirts, looking very healthy as a team, looking to snap up some kills themselves. They only have 2 so far, but they are looking to try and take down RRQ. And of course, this map is shrinking, Contra.
Oh boy, and EVTH, they are making this massive run of kills, and for RRQ Hades, they are just having their backs against the wall while Geek Fam is committing towards the attack quarterback. It's going to be Heavy here that will be able to clip out members of the side of RRQ Hades.
Oh,
and they're only with a break of HP. Even Colin crushes out 5th place, and wow, it was Geek Fam that will be able to get that shut down over on the corner as well. Heavy, though they only have 3 kills in the bag, they have been able to get RRQ out.
Yep, RRQ now in 4th place. We have 3 teams remaining, and Heavy are looking fantastic going into this last tiny little circle. But the question is, can they compete with Geek Fam? Also looking very healthy themselves. They have all 4 members alive, and they are very much safe with King of Gamers on the right side of Geek Fam. But the thing is, does Geek Fam know where King of Gamers are? Looks like King of Gamers taking some fire, but from where? Is it from Geek Fam? It seems like they do know where King of Gamers are. Now this is the issue. Can King of Gamers find a safer place to hide? They have so little to work with. They managed to get the drop off. King of Gamers now down to 2 members. Oh, this might just be it for King of Gamers, looking to get 3rd place again.
Oh, they might just be depleted by the end of it all because Heavy is also committed towards the attack, and they are already outside. There's no way that they can move right in. Now, Ban and the rest of them, they are trying to actually pincer the attack over the side of Geek Fam. Geek Fam already losing a lot of health, and all the nades are flying right in. Not looking all too good for both sides, and here comes the glue walls moving forward all the way in, and it will be Ban to the reveal. Looking for setup. Oh my goodness, that perfect nade, and now Ban wants to settle the scores, and this will be it. Heavy will get that booyah by the very end. And now, down towards the very last game left. Heavy of Vietnam finally getting their way into the action and extending in the FFCS Asia.
Of course, for Heavy, the points are going to be crucial for them because, of course, you want to try and get as far up the leaderboards as you can. Each time you go up, you will be getting more money. So, of course, for Heavy, they're going to be so happy with their play for this round. King of Gamers, the booyah, once again, eludes them. It's like chasing a unicorn, it seems, for King of Gamers. They can never get the booyah, but their performance leading up to it, they always get 3rd place.
Yeah, like it's like they're always the bridesmaid in this service scenario at the very end. But hey, they found that formula. They got the decent kill ratio, and that consistency really paid off for the likes of King of Gamers Club. But Geek Fam now back in towards the 2nd place in it's. Seems like a reenactment of the very first Bermuda match that we see, except for the fact that instead of V-Gaming, it's being replaced by another fellow Vietnamese team in the form of Heavy.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. I'm looking forward to seeing how the leaderboards kind of shake up, as EXP did get eliminated rather early coming into that late game. Of course, King of Gamers, I think consistency is their word. If they had a slogan, it would just be consistent. I don't think there's any other way to describe King of Gamers. I don't know how they do it. They always manage to avoid conflict and to always put themselves in such a favorable position to place high.
Yeah, I think that they have a really slow, methodical gameplay in the early stages of the game. All they do, hold those angles in, then they look at the shift and pick the next optimal areas. And when they actually found the likes of Evos ID right down that hill, they knew it was time to strike. And they made it clear, okay, we got some vehicles, let's push right in. And after that, they were actually contesting with Heavy. Interesting enough, they kind of diverged towards 2 different paths, and they were just running like Forrest Gump down the hill. Yeah. and both of them made it out, surprisingly, without suffering too much of casualty, and they only met at the very end out there. But because they were a little bit further back and towards those sort of the outskirts of the zone, and eventually they really have to either pick up the fight against Geek Fam as well as members of the side of Heavy, and they don't seem to be able to find the answers to break through those defenses, because Geek Fam was playing pretty well throughout this entirety of the match, and that's due to their placing inside of the fields as well. But Heavy, I gotta say, it's very unlikely to see somebody coming from the hills to still be able to walk away with that booyah so cleanly.
Exactly. I don't think Heavy didn't suffer any casualties going into that late game as well, right?
Indeed.
No one got knocked. All 4 members were alive. Sure, they took a little bit of damage each, but doesn't really matter. Anyways, let's take a look at the points for our 5th game on Purgatory. EV Thailand actually securing 40 points off of their 14 kill score.
This is very crucial, especially now with King of Gamers receiving much less than before. And this is definitely giving them a little bit of light at the very end of the tunnel for the side of EV Thailand. But RQ Hades, very unfortunate stuff. They walk away with no kills whatsoever, and now standings are updated, ladies and gentlemen. EXP Esports, they got crushed out by the competitors out there, and now there's going to be a little bit of a gap being set out there, but still, chances are still left available. Remember this, we've seen some big games out there with 40-50 over points in one match. It could also happen towards the side of Evos Esports or even the likes of RQ Hades right now, but Heavy has moved up the chart. Same goes to EV Thailand over on the 6th spot. And other than that, nothing too much has changed as of the current, other than Heavy really taking away quite a lot of all the competitors in this map to be able to solidify themselves in towards the top 5. But Geek Fam, I'm just really surprised that they couldn't be able to break back into towards the top 5.
Well, of course, we do need to see what happens on our next map, which, folks, is going to be our last one. We're going to jump into Kalahari in just a moment. Now, the thing that I find pretty interesting for Kalahari is that I do believe this is King of Gamers' weakest map. Even during the play-ins, their performance on Kalahari was a bit questionable. They played fantastic on Bermuda. You can tell that on Bermuda and Purgatory, they are very comfortable on those two maps. Kalahari, they haven't quite polished that up as of yet. So we could still see a little bit of a shift. But of course, we are looking at some pretty drastic changes with points for that to happen. Because there's a good chance EXP could take over King of Gamers' place if King of Gamers somehow completely fumble the match. If they get dropped out early with almost no points to work with, EXP can take the crown. But the same thing can be said for Evos. If Evos go ham, and when I mean ham, they're going to have to get more than 12 kills plus the booyah, there's a chance.
Yeah,
there is
the
a
game
chance.
Is still wide in the open for some of the teams out there. And back towards the highlights of the previous match that we've just witnessed, the likes of Heavy taking that booyah. Oh, you saw Burst the Sky going for that early engagement against House of Blood again. It was a reenactment of the first Bermuda, but this was the stuff of beauty with EVTH really rushing members inside of V Gaming out, and I guess things really didn't work out for the side of V Gaming ever since that they were getting the first booyah of the match, and it seemed as if they were cursed from getting any more out of that.
It always seems to be the worst case scenario for V Gaming, right? They look so good, but every single time either someone finds them or some unfortunate circumstance happens, or they're caught in the wrong place. A lot of bad things have happened for V Gaming, and it's such a shame to see them fall so far down, but they still have one more game to redeem themselves, right? They're not completely out. I still want to know if we're able to get 2 booyahs out of any of these squads, because we have had a new team booyah every round thus far. No one has managed to get 2 booyahs.
That's why we see many of the sort of shifts happen over on towards our standings as of the moment, and I believe that if any of the teams get that second one in the bag, will be sending their hopes way up high, and this time Heavy on the limelight with 3K, Bond, Panda, as well as Fudai, that has been able to garner that massive 3.2k damage being put out, 8 kills in the bag with a total score of 36. But unfortunately for them, the championship title seems to be too far of a grasp for the very final match, and they still put up quite a respectable run at the very least.
Yeah, but there's no way you should be giving up right now, right? Of course, you want to try and aim as high as you can. Even if you don't make the top 3, getting up to 4th, 5th, 6th, you're still looking at a pretty hefty chunk of money to work with. So, of course, these teams, they're not going to give up for this final map. They've got to play their hearts out if they want to get their hands on as much money as they can. And it's going to be on the scariest map, Kalahari.
Yeah, and it can either be a beautiful ending or a disastrous one for the likes of King of Gamers.
I'm hoping it's going to be as dramatic as our play-in Kalahari match last week. For anyone that missed it, it was a grand finale. It's a great way to finish the day, so I'm looking forward to Kalahari because our third match, which was also Kalahari, the game was great. It was so intense.
Yep, and I gotta say that with that, this is gonna be a very, very intense battle coming in from them as well. But it seems to be that members of the side of RQ Hades seems to be the experts coming into those sort of the high ground terrains, coming in from those corridors, and well, just having a little bit of flashback of that match that we just saw early on game number 3. They really worked it out like perfection, and everything just came in like clockwork. And even towards that nosedive all the way down the bottom of Refinery, they has been able to actually pick up the steam and walk away with that booyah. If they can reenact that run, it's still possible for the Indonesian side to be able to come real close to the top.
Heck yes. I'm so looking forward to this match because anything goes. Because of course, the name of the game is Free Fire. It's free for all. No takebacks. You get what you're given. So of course, Kalahari going to be a beautiful map. For anyone in the chat right now, make sure to cheer for your team, even if they haven't played to the best of their ability or you feel that they could have gone higher. Still let them know that you're cheering for them. Send them your energy so that they can try and finish as high as they can on that leaderboard. And we've just been informed that we are 2 minutes away from our last drop of the day. I am so excited.
I am as well, and of course, for those of you guys who have been here from the start, and maybe you guys might have joined us, do tell us who do you think will be walking away with the championship title. Of course, put in the hashtag those 3 letters of your favorite team and with the word win behind to show your support and love. Or just pop in that sort of the emoji where you can just pop those flags right across to just, you know, give that love towards your fellow countrymen, or if you guys are just massive fans of Osaka, or you guys love Pungat and the other competitors out there coming in from Mr. 05 and many more. They are having the time of their lives here, displaying all the talent, and this is a year's hard work for the players, and for some it has been years after years from the start of Free Fire competitive scene. Now it has come into full swing for the Asia side, and remember this, there's still going to be the international bouts out there. I can't wait to see how would they fare against the likes of Europe, or from the Russian region, as well as the MENA region as well.
I think that's going to be something we're all looking forward to, right? Once we're able to unlock the international regions, when we can start having those international events, how well do we fare against the rest of the world?
Yeah,
that's going to be so exciting once the time comes.
The last time I casted another major event was the World Series, and it was such a dramatic ending with the Corinthians really putting on quite a big comeback in the Free Fire World Series. But of course, that was then, and now this is a brand new chapter being written out here, and now it's time for our very final match for our final booyah in FFCS Asia, and we are going straight in towards Kalahari. And here we are. Final flight for all the players to etch their names in the history books of being the best in Asia. This FFCS could not be any more dramatic than this very final game.
And we're starting to see some interesting flight patterns coming in from some of these squads, as EXP, in their last matchup, they actually decided to play in the center of the map. They wanted to try maybe work their way outwards to grab some of those kills, but this time it seems like they are going to be working on the edge, and they might run into heavy, as Hoisang, he is looting by himself. This was something that I found pretty interesting from some of these teams. Some teams have been looting and spreading out their members, whereas others, well, it looks like we're going to be seeing a fight now, as I don't know how it's always burst the sky, but this team is always fighting something.
And it's also Team Knights that has been going in for the early engagements as well. And the flank comes right in, and Tom might just be the first casualty of the match, but he is pushing upwards, and, well, I gotta say, these pyramids are not really giving the best of covers, but they do make do with what they have. It's gonna be versus Kai that does get those knocks in, but no kills being secured just about yet. Kai chipping in over the side of VGM, and up close and personal chin! Goodness gracious!
Goodness, able to get that knock, and I think that might just be it for the Knights as their final member gets eliminated, and that's going to be it. Knights, unfortunately, will have no more opportunities to play and are officially knocked out. I mean, there's nothing to get knocked out for, but it's a hard way to end the series, being the first team to get eliminated.
But we still give them a whole lot of respect, as well as big thanks to the Chinese Taipei side for participating throughout the entirety of the run. Being the representative of the region itself has been pretty much great. And here comes BGM, already having been being knocked out, and that peek over the window really opened things up for the side of House of Blood. But KOG, they're not too far away as well. Crazy, and
this is
that club, I'm not sure how are they going to work it out.
I'm not sure if they're going to be able to work with this at all. This is sort of the disadvantage of looting this way. Sure, you get more, you can cover more area with more people, but if there's anyone in the vicinity, it's such an easy pick. You will lose that member. So V Gaming, this might be it for them, unfortunately, as the last remaining member is going to be on the rooftop. Crazy. Can he maybe punish House of Blood for killing off his teammates this early?
We always see these teams collide so early, but wow, Geek Fam's chipping in the action as well, and BTS running out in the open. This is not what he's desiring for, but oh boy, BTS.
That's Bayo as well. He is one of those crucial team members on Burst the Sky that does a significant amount of damage during those engagements. So to lose him here, this is really going to punish Burst the Sky.
And for V Gaming, they will be counted out from this match as well. They will drop it 11th. And for the Vietnamese side, at least, V Gaming has been able to secure a booyah in the finals here. But House of Blood having one member being knocked out. KOG, they're hunting for those kills. They want to settle the scores and make their mark, putting themselves higher on that leaderboard.
They managed to grab one kill for themselves. They're looking for more, and they almost grabbed the knock there. I don't know if they have. They will get Danny, and Kai is the only member left alive on House of Blood. Oh, no, he's not. Looks like they're actually going to be able to get away with one. So they've sacrificed their team just to get one player out.
Well, definitely not really worth the cost at all now. Gamers further extend their lead.
King of Gamers are looking for this final player, but sad to say they won't get that full house cleanup. But they will at least be able to scout around and continue to loot this area at least, as Heavy are going to be sitting in a watchtower themselves. But I don't think anyone's close enough that they can snipe them out here.
You can definitely see a lot of all these top teams out there are just sweeping by the corners of the zone, just hoping to actually hunt out all these kills. And same goes towards the side of Evos ID. They're trying to chase up the score lines. They've seen the kill feeds. KOG already secured 3, so that's another 6-point extension. And that rifle spray is just going to be doing a little bit of the noise out in the streets, but nothing that has been garnered from that moment out there. 2 kills already in the backward side of Evos, but now a little bit of exchange coming from the corner of the side of BTS.
Yeah, this is a really bit of a risky play from Evos, actually, to try and chase Burst the Sky in such open area. They're putting themselves at needless risk for very low reward kills.
Yeah, and for the side of BTS, they honestly have nothing to lose at this moment. Like, if they want to commit to this fight, they will bring the fight to them. Like, although they are down towards 2 members, they first can look to actually escape, which is what they're currently up to. But that was really a good opportunity for them to maybe get 1 member or 2 out of the side of Evos ID.
Yeah, Best the Sky, though, they were the ones to leave the vicinity. And of course, we're going to be taking a look at EXP. Seems for now it's very clear where they are, so there's no kill potential there. Same thing goes for Heavy. They haven't really seen anyone, as for now it seems like they're scouting the road, maybe hoping to potentially punish anyone that's following one of those roads in towards that safe zone. But yeah, there's no one here, so they're probably going to be seeing a lot less action on Kalahari this time.
Yeah, all the teams really want to get their way all the way to the top, just like the cruise, literally. But of course, by the end of it all comes down to whoever gets the most points to be able to crown champions right here. But Evos, close quarter combat, and they finally found the rest of BTS.
Oh, managed to get a car though, so Condemn, is he able to get out of this? He's tried to reverse his way out in the car, but he will get knocked down. There is still one member left, and I have to say, Evos, they are relentless when they hunt down for these kills.
Yeah, and now they definitely get the same amount of kill points.
Do they know where Shin is?
Yeah, I'm not too sure if they do know where exactly he is, but he's finding every crease of the corners of the crack that he could find to just hide himself for the moment. And I believe that Evos are smelling the blood and finally spots him out.
Commitment for these kills. They do get Shin. That's going to be the final 4 members of Best the Sky eliminated. But this was a very expensive chase for Evos. They committed a lot of glue walls to chase down for that one last kill. And we'll have to see if that does influence them in the late game, because we've seen how important those glue walls are when you're coming into those last couple circles.
Yeah, and I guess some of the points that they garnered from here might just be worth it if they really do get the booyah at the very end. As for the side of EVTH, they are having a very, very slow start. Remember that they still have a little bit of a chance here, although that they have already slid down the ladder for a little bit. But over on the corners there, it will still be a lot of all these big teams still waiting on the lines, especially Caramel as well as EXP, guarding a very nice valley as well as the river together.
Now, Heavy is on the outside of the safe zone here, and Geek Fam, they're pretty close to where Heavy might be penetrating that safe zone, so we could be seeing some gatekeeping if they know where Heavy is coming from. But I think for now, they're just going to be playing on the outside, trying to preserve themselves for that late game, as Heavy just, yeah, it's just a looting game for them. I mean, it doesn't hurt now anyway, it's still pretty early.
Yeah, they can take their sweet time. You can see for the moment, it's just the calm before the storm.
Oh, I do believe Shoyu may have exposed himself to EXP there. Yep. And for all the people to spot him out, it's Crucial.
I'm not too sure how is he going to be making it out alive, but try as he may, tries to tank go out of all these sort of bullets flying up in the air, and those sort of pixels are not connected, so at least he does get a couple of fresh back of error before the rest of the members of the side of EXP comes marching in, because they really want those corners out there. And over on the side of Geek Fam, they are still being very, very, very stubborn about this situation.
Just from that top-down view, just because EXP have been so willing to commit to Shoyu, I actually believe RRQ may have caught wind of where EXP could be, but I'm not sure if they're heading towards that direction yet. We could be seeing RRQ maybe waiting for EXP to potentially move when that safe zone does move in a little bit more. So yeah, EXP, they may be revealing their position here. They will fully commit to Shoyu though, that's the knock, and well, that's going to be it for Porsche.
Really nice pixel shot, but his location is absolutely exposed anyway, so this is going to be a really great start for South EXP, as they are still controlling Santa Catarina.
Heavy though.
Heavy. They are still luring around, and I'm thinking that this might just be very costly for them. And once again, EXP playing the gatekeepers over on the corner, and they did drop on over on the corner. without those sort of members around him, I don't think that Heavy will be able to go in for the revival.
No, it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case at all. On the other side of the map, though, we do see King of Gamers and Evos being... Oh, Evos are pretty spread out. They are getting very close to King of Gamers, and it is going to be very scary if they do get spotted out. TG, in the meantime, though, spotted out by EXP, and we know how EXP plays. If they see anything move, they shoot.
Oh, yes indeed. And, oh boy.
Oh, RQ! They actually sniped that away from EXP.
That's a very long-range Groza spray coming in from Legalov. Pretty insane if you ask me, considering the recall. But, oh, Evos ID, they are going in for the commitment. And it's KOG again that's been able to get that knock. It might just be another episode right here. But, oh! Osaka is going to be the key player out there. And he's down, and out. 2 members remaining, and Gepu having very little health over the corner. It's a push! KOG! They might just be eliminated right here. Kevin, the last hope remaining. He's sprinting off, and the Tiger says, "Where are you at?" 6 kills in the bag for Evos Esports ID.
This is... I didn't jinx this. Kalahari, I mean, I mentioned this. This is King of Gamers' weakest map thus far. They haven't been able to secure too much on this map, and it looks like this might be the case yet again. So it does leave their first place spot open to potentially getting swiped up by EXP. But of course, it is too soon to say, because maybe EXP could also fumble the game. They might still leave this open for King of Gamers to easily take this. But remember, there's also potential for Evos to completely go off. Now, the thing is, can Evos do it?
Yeah, you can see their logos are having a lot of flames being light up on them. They are on the streak. They also removed another 2 members from the side of EVTH, and Heavy's the next team to be eliminated. EXP now putting in the damage as well. The problem is this. Of course, they might have 1 member remaining from the side of KOG, but the chances for them to get those frags is going to be much lower than possible right now. With that sort of push coming from Mr. 05, this is going to be a sort of a commitment coming from the side of Evos. Already 8 kills, and with this is going to be Street. Oh, getting picked off from the back. The Cruise bites back. And these noisy neighbors seems to be going at it for quite some time now. But EVTH, they seem to have a good spread, but looks who's coming. It's RRQ Hades.
RRQ's coming in, and did they actually manage to get that quick snipe off? Evos, they've lost Mr. 5. Is that another knock as well? They're taking lots of damage. No, they do get the revive off, so at least Evos will survive with 3 members for now. We'll have to see if later on they're able to get another knock. Looks like EVTH has been eliminated, as RRQ are now desperately trying to get their way easily into this safe zone. Now, Evos, they are under fire. RRQ are still remaining with 4 members, but Evos, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make that booyah. They are quickly getting eliminated by RRQ, whereas on the other side, EXP, they have a couple members low, but they are healing, and with 4 players, EXP, they are looking to take that first place away from King of Gamers. Is that going to happen?
This is the golden moment right here for the side of EXP, but that zone is going to be a little bit further away from them. Now RRQ remains, and Geek Fam hiding under the ship. They might just be the thorn in their flesh if that's going to be the case. Now O'Connor's going to be looking to be able to chip in the damage. Although members to the side of Evos ID gets a whole lot of kills, this is where Apis might just actually be able to actually secure a little bit of a setback for the side of EXP. A little bit of nade being set up as well. A Terrible is going to be knocked out as well. Now Pungat, they got to make a swim. RRQ over on the corner, and this is what we're talking about. RRQ Hades have the chance to actually make a comeback as well. EXP, they were pretty much depleted, but this second place finish might just be enough for them, but I can't really tell for now. RRQ Hades, they're doing it! The Indonesian side, they might just be able to shut them down. Now it's down to the side of Pungat as well. Pungat is eliminated. This is going to be a double kill. 1 more member remaining. The final booyah under the belt of RRQ Hades. And this is going to be the second one in the back. The Masters of Kalahari.
Man, this map almost feels like it was made for RRQ. Second booyah on the same map. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
EXP though, they looked very close to potentially taking that away from RRQ. But I have to say, Arpiz, the thorn in their side. If Upis wasn't hiding behind in that shipwreck and potentially keeping one of the members from EXP away from the actual opponents, I think we could have seen a completely different endgame.
Yeah, and I think the final shift of the zone plays a big factor as well. Like, they were surrounded by water by the shipwreck of Santa Catarina, but I'm not too certain. They still have a member right across the corner, but if there was an Apis that kind of revealed that location, then the attention span coming in from the side of RQ would not be as significant as it is. And of course, they got Geek Fam to thank for, because now it's really hard to tell who exactly will be crowned the champions, because
Yes.
KOG being knocked out. And
Do you remember what place King of Gamers got knocked out?
I believe it was
Was it
around
like
7th or so.
7th or 8th, right? So they would still get a fair number of points. It's hard to say.
It's
hard to
really,
say.
really difficult to tell, especially now with EXP second place finish, but they do have quite a number of the kills. And added on top, Hades now second booyah. You talked about this before. They need all the criteria to be met. They need the Titans to fall and for them to get the booyah. And Evos ID also stands a significant chance at this because they're the ones with the most kills, if I recall correctly, in this map.
I'm hoping we get to take a look at the stats, but I'm not sure. I think they're going to hide the stats from us until the very end.
Yeah, and
there's so much tension. Oh my god,
it's really,
he's going to win.
It's
Jesus.
nerve-wracking to all of us right now. Like, we're wondering who will be able to actually take the championship title to be crowned Kings of Asia. And for now, we just really have to wait and see. The very final moment right here was a beautiful ending for RQ Hades, but is it enough? Is really gonna be the big question right here. And King of Gamers, I'm not too certain if those points were gonna be enough for them to just solidify themselves to just sit on the throne where they were holding for so long.
Absolutely. And I'm wondering, depending on what we're looking at for the final score, how close we are looking at between the first and second place team. Is Upis going to get a very angry Facebook message from EXP?
Perhaps so, but or maybe there's gonna be a lot of conversion of fans coming from different countries as well. He can be a hero or a villain on either side of the coin, but man,
It depends on how you kind of see the situation, right? If you're either cheering for EXP or if you're cheering for whoever, really. But man, the fact that Upis made that play, though, it could have been a massive game changer for what we could be looking at for our champion.
Yeah, and Geek Fam, I really gotta commend them as well. Like, putting that really dramatic finish aside, like, their run today has been very, very consistent in a couple of all these matches. And of course, a few they did go into its early engagements and fall out pretty short, but still, very, very good run at the very end of the day with a top 3 finish. But this is where he is literally the game changer out there that might have affected the entirety of the scorelines.
We'll have to find out, won't we? Oh my gosh, we're still calculating the scores for anyone that is wondering, so don't go anywhere. We will be announcing our champion in just a moment, but our refs are working very hard to make sure that they bring to you the champion for the Fire Continental Series, Asia Series. I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, I could try and guess who it could be. I kind of have an idea as to who it could be, but I don't want to say at the same time.
Yeah, I guess like we will not. I'm not even trying to even calculate the scores at the moment. I just really want to see.
You don't want to math.
Yeah, I don't want to math. I think my brain is being blown apart by all the action that happened early on, and chances are still pretty good for the side of KOG if you do ask me, and Evos ID looking relatively great as well.
What are the chances that we potentially look at a tie?
EXP is actually in a really good spot because they finished second.
Exactly.
And the kills are actually in a really good spot as well. I want to see if the Wonder Boy, at such a good age, and so many years ahead of him as well. He might just be the youngest player to be able to actually win the trophy.
I think so too. To be honest, I don't know how old he is. He looks very young, but man, you wouldn't think someone like Purgatory would be that good at that age.
Yeah.
I mean, we were saying off stream, right? Could you imagine how good he would be if you just gave him a couple of years?
Yeah.
Give him a couple years to grow up, to get better, to play more Free Fire. Honestly, he could be a Poon God.
Yeah, like for now, he's already making a mark, and I gotta say, Free Fire so far has been able to provide so much opportunities for gamers alike all around the world to be able to display their talent, and not only that, change their lives through gaming so far. And Purgatory is definitely one of these examples. And not only that, Osaka 77, this guy, he has been putting those numbers out there day in, day out. He worked really hard for this grand finals, and I think that he will also be one of those guys out there, whether if he wins this or if he doesn't, he's still going to be having quite a number of upcoming tournaments for him to be able to actually prove that he is undisputedly the best. But now, this is a challenge coming in from another fellow Thai squad.
Yep. All right, folks, it looks like we are just about ready to announce our champion. So let us know in the comments who you think is going to be the champion for the Free Fire Continental Series. We want to hear it, but of course, we're going to have to find out together because even we don't know who has won. Are you ready, Contra?
I guess I'm ready, but we're going to be passing it to MC Kelly to be doing the announcement. Take it away, Kelly.
Hello, survivors! Good to see everyone again. We are ready to announce the winner. Are you ready for this? The winner is...
Who's it gonna be? It seems like we're gonna be looking at the graphics right now.
Our champion is...
Oh!
EXP! EXP! Oh my god! They did it!
The last minute finish as KOG have faltered at the very end. It will be Triple X, Caramel, Hookah, Hoyside as well as Purgatory that will be able to be crowned themselves as the champions of the Free Fire Continental Series Asia. All hail the new kings of Free Fire Asia.
I need to see the score. I need to see the score right now. I need to see how close it is because if you're king of gamers, the whole team has to be hitting their head on the table, on the wall, on their phone. They just missed out on first place on their weakest map.
It was one of the most dramatic finish that we could ever see in the finals, but we got to crown our champions once again. They have done exceptionally well. Now, back to you, Kelly, for you to cover the entirety of the show, and we'll be back with the stats.
Booyah! Great job, guys! I regret that the team could not be here to celebrate with us on stage, but I believe that countless Free Fire fans are celebrating in front of their screens. After 6 drops, they finally conquered all their opponents and earned the title of Continental Champion. I am so proud of you guys. And that concludes our tournament today. I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Bye for now!
See you, MC Kelly. Thank you so much for covering the entirety of the show and being a splendid host. But still, questions remain on our head.
Yes.
How close were the margins coming in for these teams?
I have no idea how close it must be. It must be just, I think 2 points at most. I really think it was just 2 points.
2 points.
I really think it was
If
just
it's going to be 2 points, I think that KOG really ran out of luck for this one. Oh my goodness! It was only 1 player!
Oh my god!
EXP Esports! This...
Oh my lord.
Has got to be the worst feeling for King of Gamers Club, but EXP Esports all that chase that we saw from the early game, that they were getting those kills, it was definitely worth the shot. And by the very end, they were only having that 1 kill difference, and that placement point was just about enough. Coming in towards second spot, it's RRQ Hades that will be marching in towards the third place to get that bronze medal in, and Evos Esports will be securing the top 4 finish. But both of them share the same amount of points. But of course, placement does matter at the very end of the day, with RRQ Hades having more booyahs in the bag, while EV Thailand has been able to make a resurgent run to be able to secure that top 5 finish. And Heavy, after all of that, they come in 99 points to secure the top 6, and Geek Fam on 7.
Wow. 1 point.
1 point.
Point.
And in fact, if we look into the standings, RQ Hades, Evos, they share the same points. Geek Fam, Heavy, everybody is so close, neck and neck to each other. But it's really boiling down to all the micro decisions that they have done. And EXP Esports, very well deserving of the title.
Do you want to know how small that gap is? If EXP had 1 less kill, or if King of Gamers placed 1 spot higher in that last match,
that's the difference.
Every bit counts.
Yeah, and I don't even know how to even begin to break down where exactly did this 1 point of margin came out from.
You don't begin, you just leave it.
Yeah, would leave this over on towards all the stat sheet. You guys can Google Wikipedia or anything at all, but this 1 pointer in the bag. Oh boy.
This has to be the closest Free Fire series we have encountered thus far this year.
Indeed.
1 point off of such a prestigious tournament as well. And one of the awesome things about this too is that basically EXP Esports, of course, it's a fantastic team, but it's also shining a spotlight on these players and showing how good they are. That even though they came in from the play-ins, they showed that they deserved a spot in the grand finals.
That's right, and EXP Esports, what are they gonna do with the brand new 80k in the bank and the title as the best team of Asia? I really want to hear from the boys if we do get some interviews in, but hey, I'm pretty sure all the media is gonna be ringing on their phones by the end of the show. And King of Gamers Club, they deserve a big shout out as well. Like they are still a big force out in the Asia continental run so far. And out of all this, let's check out some of the stats coming in for our final game, just to cover this in the sake of formality. The only team to be able to walk away with 2 booyah, and it has to be from RRQ Hades.
And I was a little bit worried about RRQ Hades during the play-ins as well, because at one point the team did feel very, very shaky. They just managed to pull through on their favorite map on Kalahari during the play-ins. Again, they just scraped by for the grand finals, and now look at where they are. Sure, they placed 3rd, but it's also a testament to how fast RRQ Hades adapted to how these teams played and the meta that basically developed over the course of these 6 games. So RRQ, if anything, they have to be so proud of themselves, and I know they're definitely going to be a target for teams when it comes to researching how to play Kalahari.
Yeah, and they definitely have set a trend right here, like how they did previously in previous tournaments, and it's great to actually see them back here. And I just can't get my eyes off the screen of the standings, because so far these past 6 games came down to an unbelievable ending. And still shout out to the teams over on towards the rest of the brackets that we may not have mentioned yet. Team Knights, thank you for participating alongside with V Gaming, that has been able to walk away with 5 points with a booyah as well. House of Blood, heavily from Pakistan, gets themselves in towards the top 10. Versus Sky, Total Gaming Esports, Geek Fam, they all did wonderfully well. And we're seeing a lot of shift of position, and it really boils down to the very final game. Like we saw, even the Heavy as well as Geek Fam, they could have switched position, and a few more points, it could have been a decider for them to move in towards the top 5 itself, and it's crazy, right?
Oh, it is crazy. Especially after today, I don't know if I can watch any standard Free Fire game anymore. I've got to watch all these competitive teams play together. It's just beauty. We saw some wonderful Free Fire today. And I know a lot of our viewers, they're going to be taking some notes from how some of these pros are playing their games. Of course, drop positions as well as how to position themselves, especially when they have those skirmishes. But guys, thank you so much for tuning into the broadcast. We appreciate each and every one of you from being here. And don't forget, tomorrow, because of you guys, we managed to hit our target. And we have some wonderful goodies that you can all claim tomorrow. So make sure to log on to Free Fire tomorrow to claim all of the wonderful goodies from us to you.
And of course, thank you for supporting Free Fire from the start when you downloaded the game all the way till now. We definitely love all of your support, and we hope that some of you guys will be inspired to be able to start your own team, to be competing, and it all begins somewhere. If you guys fail, you can try and try again, because just like EXP Esports, they didn't start off on the top of the ladder, but they did finish out strong by the end of the marathon, and with those booyahs that were coming so close to them, they still end up reaching the top, knocking down King of Gamers Club to the 2nd place, and you guys might just be able to do it too. And that's all from me, Contra, as I would like to thank all of you guys for watching the entirety of the show, and I have to apologize if there's going to be any hiccups from myself. And Natalie, any last words from you?
Let's do this again.
Yeah.
Let's do it again. We have to have another Continental Series.
I definitely will be looking forward for more of these Free Fire action coming to our way, and well, till the next one, as we'll be bidding you goodbye, and of course, we'll see you in the upcoming battles in the fields. So, till then, we'll bid you farewell.